Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey. Hey. Okay, never mind. That's something wrong. I mean, I did just have to restart my... I just installed updates, so I hope nothing's screwing up over there. You guys can let me know if the stream's messed up. It's good to be back, finally. Tuesday. The week of Dragon's Dogma 2. Just spilled some on my goddamn leg. Shit. It's your Fibo. What's up? Good morning, sunshine. It is. It is indeed. Get those electrolytes. That's pretty good. I mean, it's as good of a morning as it can be. I got the... I tried setting up the new computer, but it wouldn't even post. For those who aren't familiar, when you post, it means that you are like finishing initialization of the motherboard startup. You get to BIOS, and then if you get past BIOS, of course, that means that it's correctly loaded the boot manager has correctly loaded the operating system. I couldn't even get to post, so it couldn't even get from initialization to BIOS. So I'm just gonna return the motherboard and the CPU, and try to get new ones, because for those who who don't know too much about building computers, if your motherboard can't get to that stage, and the motherboard was receiving power, but if it can't get to that stage, it can indicate either faulty RAM, faulty CPU, some fault on the motherboard. It doesn't really tell you, and I didn't have like any error codes on the motherboard. It's not like a pricey enough one that it would give me error codes or tell me where it faults or where it's getting hung up. So I'm gonna assume that at least one of the RAM sticks was fine, and that it's probably a fault with the motherboard or CPU. So I'm just gonna return those and exchange them, but it probably means we won't have them in time for Dragon's Dogma 2, which is fine. We can still stream at either 720p 60, or I can stream from home, which will probably happen because apparently it's gonna release on Friday at midnight. Meaning Saturday, essentially for me, because I'm +2 or +1, whatever. So I'll probably stream the first couple days of Dragon's Dogma 2 at home in 1080p 60 on my home computer, and then we'll see what happens. Worst case, just the next streams will be 720p 60 here at the office. But yeah, it sucks. It really sucks because you build it and stream my watch streams at 900, 600. I can see if this computer can handle it. I don't know if it can. Because it's the mini PC, right? It's the stupid black box. Mini PC at 95. Probably find a image of it somewhere. I think I showed it to you guys.
Anal massage, you can reclaim an important part of yourself.
Joke Def just resubscribed for 4 months. 4 years.
Thank you, Joker, for the resub, man. How you doing? I miss my mini PC. This thing is a beast for being able to handle streaming. I will say that. Finally fixed my sleep after yeah. I mean, thankfully it seems to be erring on the side of the mentally sane, let's put it that way. Thankfully nobody seems to be able to really give a shit about what these people say. What are the specs? I have to find it. I can find the mini PC. It's this one. This one here. Instant 7 combusted whenever I try to stream. Jesus. Yeah, this thing can handle 1080p 30, 720 60. Yeah, I do stream off of this. It's really insane that it can handle it. But it cannot handle anymore. I can't like shove any cool like effects into this thing or anything that utilizes the CPU because it can't handle any more than what it's doing. That, the Stream Deck software, and voice meter, it's like, it's done. So, it's very, yeah, it really is an impressive little, you know, I was looking for like a mini PC. I was like, you know, without a dedicated GPU, is it even possible to do it reasonably? And then I was looking at different processors, and I nailed down into the N95 and N100 because they had a really nice onboard graphics chip. But the N95 was just a little bit, I think it was either a little bit higher clock speed or it had a few more cores than the N100's chip. I can probably find it. N95 Intel. You have the N95, and if I compare... Yeah, the N95 had a few more execution units, but what was at a lower frequency. And I figured out that it probably is going to result in just a little bit better performance with streaming with the N95, because they're mostly the same, right? There's very little difference apart from this just utilizing less power and having a smart cache. Whatever. It's an Overwatch game. People still play Overwatch? What are we doing today? Okay, I know what we're doing today. One of the things we're doing today is Lazy Fangs on Friday, I think, sent me a YouTube video, The Secret to Making Any Game Satisfying. And it sounded like it might be a fun little reaction. So we will see. The secret to making any game satisfying. It's easy. You just add big booba women and hot shirtless men. That's it.
See, I told you you'd enjoy fighting games, Ludo. What do you mean, why do you enjoy them? Well, that's a deep question, but the answer is the same as with any other game. There's one simple technique to make any and all games satisfying, they're just applied in a myriad of different ways. So let's dive into that today. Welcome to the Design Delve. So there are many different ways to make a game feel satisfying to play in the micro moments, using sound, VFX and animations to create powerful game feel for even the smallest actions. But what about the macro? How do we make an experience, the journey, satisfying beginning to end? Well, the answer is juxtaposition gratification. Now this is used everywhere, in everything. Honestly, after we've gone through this, pick your favorite game and I promise you, you can find it front and center, if not your money
my
back.
favorite game is Forspoken.
Yeah, I know it's only like half a penny for their view, Ludo. It's a phrase of speech, you cheeky bitch. Now that doesn't work. Whatever. Now we've touched on juxtaposition gratification before in past episodes, but it's time to give it its deserved diligence. Juxtaposition gratification is a term I coined years ago in my uni lecturer days. It's a design technique where the player first needs to feel weak to eventually feel strong. There has to be chaos.
I mean, you just coined like like power fantasy. That's all it is, like, of course. I just feel like it's kind of a garbled term to describe something that everybody just kind of understands in other ways. It's like the hero's journey, right? The monomyth is that exact same kind of thing.
For order to land, there has to be defeat for success to be earned. It's the extreme juxtaposition of these conditions that makes the final outcome so satisfying. For the simplest example of this, we can look at puzzles. And by this I mean, well, puzzles. If you were to approach one that's 99% complete, with the final two pieces just sitting there waiting to be slotted in, there is little to no satisfaction to be had here, because it's not the final completion itself that's so satisfying. It's the chaos of the 1,000-piece puzzle.
I would argue it's kind of satisfying to put that last piece in, even if you weren't the one to build the rest of the puzzle. There's like, I mean, sure, it isn't as satisfying, right? But I think there's still a slight satisfaction to slotting it. It doesn't feel as rewarding, but I don't know. It's like, you know those perfect loops, GIFs and videos? You may not have been the one to make it, but there's something just satisfying about putting a piece where it belongs. I agree that it's not as satisfying as building the whole thing itself. But putting two puzzle pieces together, I mean, there's still something that's satisfying about it, kind of. It was like the final 10 out of 1,000-piece puzzles, and yeah, but the fact you already know where it is takes it away. I agree. I agree with that. And I don't think he's saying what I'm thinking. I think he means what you're saying, which I agree with him on that. But saying that it isn't satisfying to put two puzzle pieces together, I mean, it still feels kind of nice.
Strewn across your table that makes the final formation of the Sonic and Mario shipping scene so satisfying, not because of its beauty, but because you took something from unintelligible chaos to order. Puzzle games emulate this from room to room, puzzle to puzzle. They present the player with a rule set to follow, and then use obfuscation, extra pieces here or fake answers there to hide that final answer and distract the player. It's this obfuscation that makes the discovery of the answers so satisfying. Now, balancing this so it's satisfying rather than frustrating is another kettle of fish entirely, but the theory is still the same. You need to be confused for gaining knowledge to be satisfying. Juxtaposition? Next genre. RPGs.
Yeah, but he's just describing the Eureka effect. Like, I don't know. I'm a little miffed that he's coining some kind of like overly confusing term to describe things that people already know. I don't like it. I don't like it because it kind of makes a mock. I don't know. For me at least, I think that sometimes the easiest way to describe something is the best way, the way that somebody understands. And coining complex terms oftentimes just it makes you. It separates you from most people. I don't know if I'm describing that correctly. I don't know. I don't get satisfaction from playing puzzle games very often unless it's a very simple. It's like very simple, but seems challenging. When it's actually challenging, like clipping, I can't be asked. What do you think of like Portal, or like The Witness, which utilize very simple. They build around very simple mechanics that, through the usage of them, make something complex or challenging. Let's say, let's not say complex, but let's say challenging. Wait, let me hear what he's saying.
Balancing this so it's satisfying rather than frustrating is another kettle of fish entirely, but the theory is still the same. You need to be confused for gaining knowledge to be satisfying.
You need to be confused for gaining knowledge to be satisfying. To some extent, I don't think so. You know, I don't necessarily agree. I agree sometimes, but I don't think that's the only way that gaining knowledge can be satisfying, is being confused. I think oftentimes if a game has mechanics where you naturally figure something out, not because you were confused, but because you were curious, that can also be very satisfying. Like, what happens if I do this, and then interesting effect happens, right? And you get that a lot in games where they're more sandboxy in nature. Even Portal to some extent has that, where you're not confused so much as what happens if I do this, or like Noita, games like that. So I don't necessarily agree. But I would say sometimes I agree.
Juxtaposition? Next genre. What? RPGs. Alright. Well, RPGs are all about inhabiting a role. Narratively speaking, the hero's journey.
You would think that RPGs are about inhabiting a role, but oftentimes they refer more to the systems of progression rather than the actual aspect of role-playing. That's a whole nother design discussion, though, is the slow changing definition of the term RPG.
Journey is just juxtaposition gratification over a character's arc, be it rising to the occasion, falling from grace, and learning to climb back up. RPGs attempt to replicate this through gameplay. For example, as I've mentioned before, it would not be satisfying to load into a game for the first time and one-shot every enemy you find. Regardless of how satisfying the game feel was, that feeling would quickly dissipate because there is no mechanical challenge.
That's often why, cheating is something that I think it should be an option for players in certain games, right? Obviously not like multiplayer games, but I understand why a lot of developers removed cheats, because they know that it would lead to unsatisfying gameplay, that some players would, turn those cheats on, or like difficulty modes that were too easy, and then people complain about it. It's something that I think will always be a necessary evil, to just let players play the way they want. But at the same time, sometimes letting the players play the way they want can... How do I put it? Like, players don't always know how to maximize their own fun, because sometimes we don't understand what's going to be the most fun for a game we've never played before, right? The first time you pick up a game, do you really know how to make it as fun for you? No, sometimes you need to change the difficulty midway. Sometimes you need to turn off some things, turn on some things, and certain games allow for that, but it isn't always the case. I also think that there's often a case where, RPGs will put you in the role of that god or the intro, and then you get, shot down to Earth, right? And you lose all your powers, and you're weak, and you have to regain your powers. And I think that this is often an attempt to rush through the hero's journey. So if you guys aren't familiar, and you absolutely will be when I show you like the graph. This is the hero's journey, right? And so you have this call to adventure, supernatural aid, the threshold guardian, and then you usually have to go through that transformation. So a lot of games will put you here right before that death and rebirth, and then you're supposed to rebuild yourself and return as that exceptional hero.
Good morning.
True Grizzly, thank you for the follow, man.
Anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. What was I saying? So, I think that the games that put you in that role of the god, I feel like miss the point of gaining that power. And yeah, I can understand where this guy is coming from, where you know, loading into the game as
It would not be satisfying to load into a game for the first time and one-shot every enemy you find. Regardless of how satisfying the game feel was, that feeling would quickly dissipate because there is no mechanical challenge. But if you first struggle against these enemies, barely scraping by, but along your journey find rewards throughout the world, new weapons, levels, or even develop personal skill, you can come back to overpower those enemies that once gave you so much trouble. That juxtaposition of power is what makes acquiring new loot and overcoming challenges so satisfying. You must first show the player weak.
Yeah, but it's again, it's this. I don't really like the term juxtaposition being used here, right? Because you think that, you know, the juxtaposition is two contrasting effects. You know, it's two things that contrast each other. I don't really see this as contrasting, right? Like he's finding some weird way to just define gratification, and I don't think it makes much sense. I just understood what to mean one thing layered above another. I mean, maybe there's an alternate definition I can look up. Act or instance of placing two elements close together or side by side. Done to compare, contrast the two to show similarities or differences. I don't know, his term of juxtaposition gratification to me is just really confusing. Like, he's using one term to define so many different ways of making something gratifying in game design. And I feel like using one word to describe it often might make people think that there's one coin or one well that you can put all of these terms into. And really, I think that there are so many different ways to make something gratifying. There isn't necessarily one perfect solution to that. I don't know, but juxtaposition gratification. It's a very weird term where he's described methods of getting stronger, you know, confusion leading to the eureka effect, right? And you know, it's just standard power fantasy elements. I think that these are different things that don't always work in every scenario or in every game. And I don't necessarily believe that a game where the player starts weak and becomes stronger is always going to be better than some other type of way to deliver narrative, right? Like, you know, especially games that use mechanical knowledge to define the player's expertise in the game. So, like, especially a game like Noita, right, where your ability to understand the mechanics and use them to your advantage is how you progress and how you feel stronger. You feel stronger because of knowledge. So it isn't necessarily a case where the player is, you know, the character is weaker and gains special items or knowledge, or you know, or you know, weapons, stronger armor, power-ups. It is they have all the tools given to them. They don't know how to utilize the tools, and it's less confusion. I mean, there certainly is a Noita, right? Maybe not the perfect example of there being no confusion in the game, but it is about players' ability to utilize those and, you know, explore their curiosity and gain knowledge from understanding how the game's mechanics work.
weakness for them to truly understand the weight satisfying. You must first show the player weakness for them to truly understand the weight of power.
Yes.
Like with Stardew Valley, everyone's favourite cozy game, the player's journey from grubby father to factory father is ruined if you remove the hardship of tending and nurturing your farm. Imagine loading into the game and simply just choosing the perfect farm. Imagine not having to actively learn about the NPC's wants and needs, and instead everyone instantly loved your himbo farmer Johnny Longcock.
I have a question. I have a question regarding Stardew Valley for people. How many people engage deeply with the relationship mechanics of Stardew Valley? Because I would bet that that is more of a, you know, the game is very, I would say the market is very equal in terms of gender, but I would say that the relationship mechanics, probably you would see a higher interaction from that with the female audience, and probably creating more efficient farms, you would see the male audience interact with more. I would bet. I would love to see some if what's his name? Concerned Ape has any statistics on that.
Hardship, no satisfaction. Juxtaposition, gratification. What about fighting games? Well, they're skill-based, so the gratification loop is a little bit more complex to quantify. Because of the nature of 1v1 fighting games, we have no level increases or extrinsic rewards to give the illusion of power. There are no stats to increase, apart from your own, in the grey. Here, the gratification comes from increasing your own skill at the game over time by mastering its systems, and because of this, those systems have to be complex, the depth of the skill ceiling being just out of reach to motivate the players to keep playing. Thinking about it, this might be why those games that utilize auto combos are so controversial in the fighting game community. It takes away from that built-up gratification of mastering these systems by making them more accessible, but is that worth it? Yeah,
for certain audiences.
Let them decide. In general, it gets super tricky to manage all of this when you add more players. The two most common ways you see juxtaposition gratification implemented is either through complex systems or incremental substantive rewards to make the player more powerful over time. But in PvP games, like competitive shooters, giving players meaningful incremental power increases by their very nature make them more powerful than their lower level counterparts who've just started the game. This is a reinforcement loop, making the rich richer and the poor dead.
There are a lot of really decent multiplayer games that have failed because of this. I know one was, for me, PlanetSide 2 was a really great game idea, really great game, and I would even argue to some extent ahead of its time. But they lumped in these higher level individuals with complete noobs. And while it makes sense to some degree, especially in like real life, right, where you have veterans and privates joining an army, I think that it can also it's bad for a game. That's what it was like when I joined a survival Minecraft server. Boy, yeah, I especially like survival games like Rust, DayZ. I know had a lot of that problem too. I'm sure there's others. I don't play a whole ton of them, but mainly because they put me off from the game, right? I love multiplayer games like Battlefield 3 and 4, where, just like other classic, games like that in that nature, the old Call of Duty, old Medal of Honor games, everyone had the equal footing when it came to skills and weapons and pickups, and your differences were how well you learned the map and how well you worked, especially in Battlefield, how well you worked together as a squad. So, and you were, a smaller part of a bigger war, so you could do a lot of damage and have a big effect in your small area of the map, but as a whole, there was still so much else going on, and you had to rely on your teammates in other areas too. So yeah, especially what he's saying is absolutely right, where, how did he put it? The rich richer and the poor dead. It's absolutely the case. And I don't like multiplayer games that are built like that. I know some people do, but it ain't my cup of tea.
is a reinforcement loop, making the rich richer and the poor dead. Yeah, eat the rich.
It is a good way. Good way to monetize, though. I think that for dealing with noobs, it's important to have a sort of play area for them to practice their skills first. Yeah, one game that was really good before it got really bad was Blacklight Retribution, and this isn't the only game that does it, but it immediately comes to mind, where they just had servers for anybody who was between level 0 and some point, so you only played with other people that were in your skill level. And I think that's a really great way to do it. And actually, like, old school RuneScape does something kind of similar, but in the opposite route. Well, no, it does both things. So there's 500 total level servers. So if you don't know, in old school RuneScape, you have 27 skills. Each of them can go up to the level 99. And so anyone below a total level of 500 can only be in certain servers. And then there are servers that are only for people of total level above a certain amount, 1500, 2000, or 1750, 2000, and so on. So yeah, I think like you said, just separating the noobs from everybody else for the start, I think is really great. Just let them practice with people on their own skill level.
For some, but frustrating for others. And yeah, it's true that these new players could overcome this, grinding and leveling to overcome this adversity, making that juxtaposition gratification even stronger, but in reality, it just leads to a lot of players quitting.
Yes, it does.
So PvP games tend to rely on skill generation gratification instead. All games do this, just in slightly different ways, but they all do it in their system.
Even a silly game like Fall Guys, I created a new bland game board and submitted it, but they haven't made it public. Oh, is that like just like a Fall Guys set of games, but for new players only? You'll have to explain that one to me.
Items, narrative, or skill development, it all comes back to this. Seriously, pick your favorite game and look. Minecraft? Finding diamonds never gets old because of this. Mechs in Helldivers.
I mean, I have like probably 4,000 hours in Minecraft. At a certain point, finding diamonds does kind of lose its interest. Especially because they keep adding more ways to progress that don't feel that great. I don't know, Minecraft has really fallen off. I think it was after Microsoft took over, Minecraft just started falling off hard. That's a whole nother topic though. We can talk about that while we're developing. Creative mode thing, you make a game board in a modification area. Then when it's done, you submit it for them to consider adding to the boards they make public. Okay. It's pretty cool. I like that the players can influence that.
Diamonds never gets old because of this.
It does.
Mechs in Helldivers 2. They're pretty simple to use and they're not exciting mechanically, let's be honest, but the juxtaposition gratification entrenched in their unlock method makes them so much better. Players knew that there were mechs in the game, they just didn't know how to unlock them or when they'd come, only for a surprise game-wide event to be announced, unlocking them for everyone.
Helldivers 2 is a very different. I don't know, it's a really well-designed game. I really like what they're doing with the live service design, and I don't know, I wouldn't even consider it part of this video though. I think it's a different set of circumstances. Again, he uses this term, but it doesn't really define any nuance. I think he's looking for a way to describe it as one thing, but I don't think that designers should consider this kind of like power fantasy one thing, or this kind of progression and the gratification that comes with progression, and how to define that as one term. Hey, Lazy Fangs.
If they were in from the beginning of the game, they'd be far less satisfying to use because they were not earned by the community.
This is true.
Even Balatro, the wonderful
Minecraft people started discovering Minetest and also game creation software like Godot. To start with Godot, so I'm a noob with it, but I think game creation is kind of the new Minecraft. It could be, yeah. Paper Planes, thank you for the follow, man. And welcome. Welcome, you guys, to the stream. Yeah, I mean, back in the day for me, it was, I'll say this. One of the earliest memories I have is mean, it was probably something even before this, but the map editor for Heroes of Might and Magic, right? This was my jam back in the day. And then I would say one of the things I think really took off was Little Big Planet. And they had one of the, I would still say one of the best level editors I've ever seen was Little Big Planet. I think Little Big Planet was ahead of its time, to be honest, with its level editor and level creation. Especially on the PS3. On the PS3, it's insane. Absolutely insane. Can you react to this drivel next? What is this? Helldivers 2 is more slapstick than substance. Okay, we'll see. let me get through this video first.
Roguelike is drenched in this. First,
wait, let me go back.
The game, they'd be far less satisfying to use because they were not earned by the community.
Okay, I need to say I need to play Balatro because I love poker, I love card games. I have not played this yet, so I won't be able to say too much about it.
Even Balatro, the wonderful poker roguelike, is drenched in this. First of all, the absurdity of roguelike upgrades is satisfying because of the build-up to that power from weakness. Finally defeating that boss is satisfying because of the failed runs, but it even extends into game feel. When you play a large hand and all of the Joker effects ring off, they subtly increase the speed per effect applied, slowly ramping up to insane speeds. Now, would this be as satisfying if it began at these ludicrous speeds? No, it's the build-up that makes it. On the topic of Balatro, if you're still not convinced of the addictive nature of juxtaposition...
Has it been going, Silvio, if I can still call you that? Paper Planes, where do we know each other from? But yes, you can still call me that. That's fine. You can also call me my real name, Joey, or Joseph, or Joe, or Assface, whatever works for you, I mean. It works. Okay, so I agree that the slow build up to like combos happening over and over can give you that a really satisfying feeling that your power has gone from like small to large, right? It's the slow build up of a minigun too, right? In a game that has one, it just feels great when it hits that high pitch and just shells are blasting out my grass face, exactly. However, it reminds me of a really funny Uno meme. Where the is it this one?
What is?
Yeah, it's this one. It's this exact. It's this exact clip.
What is this game, dude? Are you serious? Give me a green card! What are you doing? Holy shit! Oh, don't do it. Oh, don't do it. I don't have a green!
So, I think that there are times where just letting the game take its time can just create moments like that, where the slow torture of it, right? I'm in the Discord server for Pitch Black Dungeon, man, that brings me back. PvD was certainly something, wasn't it? Cooking speed, yeah, it is, yeah. Sometimes taking your time, being slow, that's where the enjoyment comes from. But I agree that in this case, in this kind of game, the slow buildup of speed is just like that minigun. It's very satisfying to know that you've created a situation that I don't know, it's a perfect combination of the animation and the sound.
If you're still not convinced of the addictive nature of juxtaposition gratification, I'll give you one more example to take to bed with you. Gambling. Slot machines.
Yeah.
Yeah, loot boxes. Say no more, Ludo. Now, this is all well and good, but the problem is, what do we do when this satisfaction dries up? Some games naturally reset this loop by having different levels, like puzzle games. Roguelikes can introduce new items to increasingly mess with the core systems, but in more grounded single-player experiences, this is extremely hard. One way you could do this is by just allowing the player to become extremely powerful and then use that for the remainder of the game to live out that fantasy, or introduce new narrative threats that make more sense.
Remember all the beef with the Moonlit Dungeons? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Do they still have beef with me? They still have beef. Do you know the, what's that big Darkest Dungeon mod that came out on Steam? Like, they released it as a separate product. I forget the name of it. Somebody will remember it. But, I went on their server just to congratulate them. Like, hey, you know, congrats. This is great. This is looking amazing. And then they just banned me. So I don't know, dude, but there's still something in the Darkest Dungeon modding community where they're just very toxic. I don't know what's going on with them. You know, I think one of the ways that in single player games you can create a fresh experience is by changing up the core mechanics, by taking a right turn. But this can often have... It really worked in like a game like Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, right? Where you go from kind of standard CRPG experience to now you're commanding armies and stuff. And I bet that the game probably did lose some people there. Well, I know that they did. I don't know what percentage, but if I had to guess, it would probably be maybe 10 to 15% of people were lost on that kind of, maybe 10, maybe I'll say like 10% of players probably lost or felt a little bit shaken and jarred by that change. But that is a way that you can completely change up the formula by introducing something the player didn't expect there. But that's a very risky move, and it's the reason why you'll see it with indie games and, you know, AA games or studios that have more independent control as opposed to the AAA studios. They certainly cannot risk that.
Is by just allowing the player to
not with hundreds of millions of dollars
on, and then use that for the remainder of the
ropes,
game
right?
to live out that fantasy, or introduce new narrative threats that make more sense for the player's new power level, not just incrementally increasing bad guy health totals, because that just sucks ass. This is why you usually see the end boss in most JRPGs being literally God.
Yeah.
See, there are too many ways that this is used for me to go over in one episode alone, especially since we're going to GDC in a couple days, but juxtaposition gratification keys into our intrinsic desires to grow and master our environment. Changing genres or target audience drastically changes how you approach it, but it's essential. In systems, items, narrative, and skill development, it all comes back to juxtaposition gratification, and managing its delivery is the fine line between making your game satisfying or a slog. But what do you think? Go on then. Which game did you pick as your favourite, and how does it personally use juxtaposition gratification? Let us know down below, because we would love to discuss this with you. For the last time, Ludo, I am not buying you a car. You don't even have thumbs. Alright, I'll ask them. If you enjoy this show and you want to keep it going, please consider checking out our Patreon to support the entire set.
I feel like I've watched something from this guy before, and I can't remember what it was. You know, I think a lot of the methods he mentioned are right, but I think they're also missing nuance, and I hate this term. I really don't like this term because I think that it is trying to... It's trying to use one singular thing to describe so many different instances and scenarios, right? And describing progression and the gratification of progression or becoming powerful, it really depends on each individual instance of a game. I mean, some games just aren't about becoming more powerful. Some are about... I mean, look at like anime like Frieren, right? And I know it's not a game, but... You know, some things just aren't about becoming more powerful. It's about the exploration, the adventure, right? Like a game like Uncharted. Great games, wonderful games. They're not about becoming more powerful. They're about the set pieces, the action, the stakes, the drama, the treasure, right? So I don't think all games use this, but I think that it is too broad. It's just too broad of a term to describe where you want the player to go. But I do agree that you need to think about where your player starts and where they're going to end up and how you're going to get there, right? And a lot of games you'll see... Future cookie, thank you. A lot of games... Let me try to make a NFT here. Exactly, guys. They have like good progression here, and then they wane off, and it's just kind of like this for the game. And they trap the player here, right? This is the trap. They get you. This is 10 hours of gameplay, right? 10 hours. 10 horrors. Narrative game endings are always doo-doo. I don't know. I mean, I really like the Uncharted series. I like The Last of Us. It's a high-pitched sound when you speak. I've heard that sometimes. Do you guys hear that too? I've gone back to watch my VODs and I hear that as well, but nobody else has said anything about it, so I thought it was crazy. And I don't know what it is. God damn it. I need to increase the price of that. I don't know. Maybe it's only hearable if you're wearing like headphones. It usually helps when, you know, I have some music in the background, right? So it's probably a little less noticeable. Actually, I can put this on while I explain this. I mean, there's so many games that are like this. I've worked on games that kind of felt like this. I even think that to some extent, Darkest Dungeon was like this. And I love Darkest Dungeon, but I think that the gameplay loop was very, I don't know. I could almost say like a good gameplay loop is a perfect circle, right? But then you have, I mean, yeah, look at that perfect circle. I think you have gameplay loops that are oftentimes, they feel more like this. Where the amount of like upward progression is minimal and the amount of horizontal work needed to make any upward progression. Fuck, I actually kind of like this explanation of it. Yeah, I might be onto something here. And the amount of, you know, vertical progression to feeling more powerful is minimal compared to the amount of time that you have to put in, which then makes any death of a hero feel really bad, because you lose, you know, again, like the 10 hours of time that you spent building up that hero. The raptor egg theory. Is that real? Okay, guys, do we want to watch one more? Helldivers 2 is more slapstick than substance. And then we can start working. $1.3K. You guys might not like it, but I would say something similar, but I wouldn't say that it doesn't have substance. I think the slapstick is substance. Just like Gang Beasts or Fall Guys, the hilarity of the slapstick is the substance, right? And this is the juxtaposition. This is the juxtaposition of a intense war scenario and ridiculous humor. So I'll try to be a bit more fair, but I think I understand what he's trying to say, and we'll see if he says it, but just not very well, or if he means something else entirely. All right, buddy. Let's hear the hot take. But this is the proper use of juxtaposition, right? You have war game, and the same thing like Fallout does, right? Fallout with its weird humor combined with the fucking nuclear apocalypse. The fact that you call it a cold take, though.
I don't think I've been in a restaurant with nicer atmosphere. Food's okay, I guess. Helldivers 2 is a third-person wave shooter, front-loaded with as much ironic gravitas and fanfare as can be afforded a player without triggering a manic episode. But currently hasn't developed the back end enough to keep the good times rolling. I'm more than happy to play this game in small
Yes, the game is certainly not doing well on the back end, is it? Interesting way to start off the video, but
doses, but any more than that causes the live service ennui to start creeping in. And I also didn't know where to fit this in, so I'll inform you now. Helldivers 2 uses a kernel-level anti-cheat system. I'm not trained in the ways of cybersecurity, so I don't know what that entails, but I assume China already has my information anyhow. I'm not mad, I just like a cut is all. But I digress. This game's available on PlayStation and Steam for PC for $39.99. Basic training was hell, but it was all worth it for this sweet cape. We're Helldivers, the bullets of freedom loaded into the chamber of democracy. We show up, call down our tools of the trade, and stop at nothing to reach our goal. Unless our capes get snagged in the bushes, or the flowers explode, or we step in each other's line of fire. We're stopped a lot, actually. But we keep coming back. These bug infestations aren't going to eradicate themselves.
yeah.
We give encouraging nudges with shotguns, light machine guns, orbital strikes, and our fists if it comes down to it. Our loyalty and hard work's rewarded with credits for more toys and more baddies for the receiving end. Why automatons are so intent on preventing us from sowing the seeds of liberty, I'll never know. Not my job to know. I thought surely
Is this gonna make a point? It's almost 2 minutes in. I haven't heard a single point being made.
this game would need more than 2 hours to show me everything in its bag of tricks. Turns out it both was and wasn't enough time. As more and more games are going the live service route these days, it's difficult to know where the boundaries start and end between what is here and what could potentially be here. Even as I'm writing this, I have an article on my second monitor announcing players have discovered a new baddie. I don't know if it was there the whole time waiting to be found or if it's just part of the scheduled content release patch job. A different topic for a different day. Based on how I feel after devoting more time, I can safely, retroactively say that what the game was at 2 hours is what the game is at 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, and so on. It's hard to not feel like the main...
Yeah, but so are so many games. You think I load into a new game of Battlefield after playing it for hundreds of hours, expecting something else? No, I expect Battlefield. You think I load in a new map of Red Dead Redemption 2? I mean, I agree that it's factually not true. I mean, he just said, oh, the players just discovered a new baddie. Yeah, but that is a difference. That is a change. They're going to add a new faction. That is a change. That's the point. But I don't think that... Bro, if you don't like the gameplay loop, then just don't play it so much. Shit. I don't know. You don't have to play... Nobody's forcing you to play the game.
Characters in Helldivers 2, you could accidentally bite your tongue. And that's reason enough for the omnipresent orchestra to full send A Cup of Liberty by Wilbert Roget II. With each heroic swell, years of narcissistic personality therapy are undone.
Classic.
Biomes aplenty, home to hostile flora and fauna, are your military playgrounds. I tend to dislike sci-fi environments because there's only so much you can do to distinguish one desolate space rock from the next, and if you've been to one abandoned truck stop in Arizona...
I mean, I kind of agree with that. It's one of the points that I made before Starfield came out, and it's one of the things that I also said about Starbound when when I had played it. I do agree that there is only so much you can do with desolate landscapes, where there is no civilization. Yeah, but that isn't necessarily the point, right? And I think that there is something that Arrowhead can do to make... Well, for instance, they're already doing it with different environmental effects. Yeah, exactly, the different atmospheric conditions. So planets become memorable, and when a... Look at the, what's the creek? What's the Vietnam of Helldivers 2? I forget the name of it. Malevelon Creek or something? People have created... It's basically what's the word? There's been an emergent community understanding and memes that have been spawned out of this planet And they can do that with every planet. And they're doing that, like you said, with the atmospheric conditions. I agree with him to an extent that at a certain point, every desolate map looks the same. But this is not something that has to remain the same. Look at what Ghost Ship Games has done with Deep Rock Galactic, right? Where that game, it's very similar in its design, where it's a live service, squad-based multiplayer game on different regions or different, parts of different biomes. And the game is centered around different mission types. So yeah, every game of a mission type is relatively the same, but they change it up based on different level design, different difficulties with different types of enemies that come in at different intervals, and they keep breaking it up with different sub-objectives, different ways to change the map, different conditions. So Helldivers 2 is just getting started, and I feel like what they've shown so far with Helldivers 2, where the new atmospheric conditions, the mechs, the new bug types, they're just getting started at introducing more depth and difference between each time you load into even the same mission type. Another is when you fight in cities in certain missions. So I think, yeah, and I think that in Helldivers 2 is really just getting started. Like, if you're bored with it now, just wait 2 months, come back, you'll find a completely different game, I would say. Or at least enough difference to enable you to play for another 10, 20 hours maybe.
Arizona, you've been to them all. You're still mostly fighting on rocky terrain, but there's purple pastels, blue boulders, snowy steppes. This is an abandoned Colorado truck stop. Not a single cent was spared in the production budget for this geopolitical sci-fi improv comedy show. It's Whose Line Is It Anyways in space, and the game supplies the setup.
Shout out to
For
Whose
this
Line.
and every other
Great
scene,
show.
you are a Helldiver. You dive for Super Earth. It's a lot like normal Earth, but it's ruled with managed democracy. The citizens don't vote directly. They take a BuzzFeed-style personality test, and then an AI system votes for them based on their favorite pizza toppings and Marvel movies. Where's the joke, you might ask? Not to get too political, but I believe people who put pineapple on pizza should be allowed to vote. It was probably the plain cheese demographic that launched us into this slapstick war anyhow. Every bullet and shockwave transforms even the most stalwart soldier into a quapping ragdoll. Friendly fire on doesn't mean a game is meant for trolls per se. But by my count, there are more creative ways to mess with a teammate than there are ways to kill AI enemies. You can throw them off a cliff into a wild beast stampede. Strategically litter the extraction zones with mines. Forget to tell them to duck your automatic sentry gun's line of fire, and the best one, return the favor by landing on their head with the Karma Pod. The devs didn't want you to, then why is it in the game? Meanwhile, the game's real designated hostiles are dealt in two ways. Shoot at the choke point, or bomb the choke point. Red or white wine. Yes, I've trivialized it, but the point I'm getting at is that napalming a swarm of bugs loses its appeal quickly. But seeing your friends go into hysterics because now they're being chased by flame.
I don't know, I don't think napalming bugs ever loses its satisfaction. Eagle incoming! And it just lights up that always feels good, I don't know.
Chargers because you wanted to help never gets old. You do have to have a sense of humor about these kinds of things, but rarely does anyone engage in this manner if you use the online matchmaking system. Because it's rude to assume strangers will appreciate you spoofing and goofing the limited respawns away like your friends do. Once we've added each other to the friends list is when I feel comfortable enough to lob grenades at you going, "You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan." I haven't quite found the way to get comfortable playing online with randoms. If I join someone else's session, I feel the pressure to be as little of an inconvenience as possible, which is difficult to control and avoid. And after the mission's over, I leave the ship before they get the chance to kick me or worse, send me a friend request. If I'm the one hosting the session, unintentionally because I was trying to play alone but people can join your match whenever, then I feel pressured to expedite the mission and objectives instead of exploring. I'm also still the one that leaves the ship because they get the chance to kick me or worse, send me a friend request. If I'm the one hosting the session, unintentionally because I was trying to play alone but people can join your match whenever, then I feel pressured to expedite the mission and objectives instead of exploring.
This just sounds like the guy... I don't know, it really just sounds like a case of this isn't a game for him. Yeah, it's like, if you just want to play alone, you can play alone. Like, no one's stopping you. And from what I've seen, most people like to do exploration. They like to do the side objectives. They don't mind. I don't know. And then he's I don't know. This guy's weird. Like he doesn't want to play with other people because he feels weird, but then he complains about, you know, that playing alone isn't the right way to play. So just like, I don't know, dude, just get some friends or something. Like, fuck. It's rewarded heavily for exploring the game. Yeah, you are, especially with super credits and shit, right? So I don't know.
I'm also still the one that leaves the ship because I don't want to hurt player feelings. Imagine moving out because you didn't want to tell your house guest the party was over. Single player isn't too bad, but you have to put it on baby difficult.
Hold on.
Want to tell your house guest the
Lyron, thank you for the raid, man. How you doing? Get them! Get the raiders! What's up, raiders? How you doing, man? What were you playing today?
ship because I don't want.
He called. Okay, so I was trying to point out that he was calling his ship the
I'm also
Flame
still the
of
one.
Steel. This is how you know that somebody doesn't truly like Helldivers, because there's nothing about freedom or democracy or the Constitution in the name of his ship.
That leaves the ship because I don't want to hurt player feelings. Imagine
This is a bug in disguise. This is an automaton disguised as a Helldiver right here.
moving out because you didn't want to tell your house guest the party was over. Single player isn't too bad, but you have to put it on baby difficulty so no one will want to join you, and if something silly happens, it's only half as amusing because you're both the performer and the audience. I hate to discount the rest of the game's efforts by saying this game is only better with friends because it's put so much effort
Lady
into
of
making you and
Serenity.
your friends feel special. But I'm not going to give it full credit for our antics. The other part that fails the vibe test for me is the grind. My patience is wearing thin on games that lock progression behind in-game currency. Play, get currency.
What? It's just a currency. Like, what, you hate every game with gold? Or the resources?
Currency, unlock more game, or pay real money to expedite the process. Yes, you can pay real money to lessen the grind, and the biggest defenses I hear for it are you can eventually unlock everything without paying, which does.
If you really want super credits, it doesn't take that long, let's be honest. And aren't these permanent anyway, these warpaths? So if you want to unlock everything in the game, you just keep playing? Yeah, I think it's the metal grind that's really tough, and getting medals also isn't that bad anyway. Just play anything at like level 6 or 7, like, you know, bugs level 6 or 7, and just do the group submissions. It just seems like this guy doesn't want to play with other people, but it's a game that's meant to be played with other people. All the war bonds stay, okay. Maybe. I don't know. It's really weird. His description of how he sees this game, where he says he likes playing with other people because of the antics of the comedy, but he doesn't like playing with other people because he feels forced to not be a hindrance. Which it's like, okay, that's fine. Then just, I don't know, don't shoot your teammates in the back. If that's what you want to do, maybe you should not be playing Helldivers.
Doesn't completely knock down the paywall allegations, just brings it down to waist height, or should I say time-wasted height. And the other justification is the later guns and gear aren't even that much better.
Allows you to start the
Then
grind
as I
faster.
understand it, you're telling me there's nothing to look forward to, and the grind is there for grind's sake.
Okay, I will say I do think that some of the weapon balance is a little weird to lock weapons that are just objectively not very good behind so many medals, but it's a little weird. It's a little weird. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I think I would do something where you spend the regular credits to unlock weapons, and you remove weapons from here, and it would just be like cosmetics or boosters, emotes. Attachments would be nice. Yeah, attachments would be nice. I don't know. I'd have to think about if I wanted to overhaul the balance of Helldivers, but I mean, that's just some thoughts, right? I like what they're doing where they're trying to make it so that new players aren't going to be significantly underpowered compared to veterans, like comparatively to the gear they have. But yeah, and I think also like Warframe does it really well, where any weapon can be made very usable for most scenarios, just by putting more time in with it. Adding more forma, upgrading your mods, and because of the mod progression being permanent in Warframe, once you maxed your damage mod, you could just throw it on anything, right? Stuck, unfortunately, will never be usable. Floofy, what's up, man? I don't know, I'm a big shotgun fan in this game. Too many weapons and Helldivers occupy the same niche because they're all bullets. Yeah, that and the armor penetration system is a little wonky. There are so many weapons that are just kind of useless because they don't have armor penetration at higher levels. I don't know. For sure, I would say that there's an issue with the balance and the progression, but I don't think that it makes the gameplay loop less enjoyable. I just think that it hurts the feeling of powering up as you play more. And I think they wanted to go a route more like Left 4 Dead, or what would be another one like that? A GTFO, where as you play through the game, you pretty much have all of the same items that a veteran would have. So you do kind of, yeah, you do plateau. It's like it's a silly little corrosive blob gun. Wait. Oh, the Stug. Okay, I was thinking of a different one. There's a pistol version of this, right? There's something similar to this. The Acrid. I threw like 6 or 7 forma into this, and it is really good. It is really powerful. I think I built it with gas. So I just do massive gas damage to groups of enemies. That was a fun weapon to level up. God, I love Warframe. Good game. Don't play it anymore, sadly. It's stronger, but it's not a power fantasy. No, it is more just about enjoying the loop. And I think that this guy is going into it looking for...
Then as I understand...
I don't know what he's going into it. He keeps like saying one thing, but saying something else. Just saw Helldivers pouring on my feed.
You're telling me there's nothing to look forward to, and the grind is there for grind's sake. I can accept that gear is seen as a secondary thing you get on the side while you're enjoying yourself. Problem is, I'm not really enjoying myself.
So then
I
don't
take it
play
back,
the
that's
game.
a little too harsh. I did enjoy myself when my friends logged on for 2-hour blocks where we mostly goofed off.
So play with
As far
friends.
as live service goes, it's not a bad spot for you and your buds to hang out after school or after work. But I'm moving on from this one because it gets shallow and repetitive really quickly, even by wave shooter standards, regardless of its commitment to making me feel like I'm in a Monty Python skit. I had more fun reading up on the lore and watching the videos people were making of their time playing. This game's not for people like me who don't find pleasure in Sisyphean tasks, even if the boulder that keeps rolling back down the hill is...
Well, then why are you playing? If you say it's not for you, then why did you make a video about it? Like, fuck, can't you just agree that this game is not for me and just move on? I'm not making bullshit videos about how The Sims isn't for me and what I hate about The Sims because I know it's not a game for me. I don't play it the way that it was pretty much intended to be played. It's not meant for me.
...is a giant rubber chicken. This game is for people who want to drop their militant payload until their barrels have shriveled and fallen off. And for those who want to be immersed in the ironic Orwellian authoritarianism of it all. Note, the first hint that a game is more about immersive role-playing than actual gameplay is when you ask someone to describe the game, and they respond to you in character instead of like a real person. Or maybe I'm
It's not true.
too immersed in Helldivers 2, and I'm the soldier who starts asking too many questions. Are we the baddies? Am I a patriot acting on the orders of a panicked political system? We rage against the machines, killing in the name of prosperity, of liberty, of democracy, and for what? From what I've gleaned out of audio logs, the war can never be allowed to end, whether in our total annihilation or total domination. Both lead to an end of life as we know it. The people sending us
Oh, just shoot the bugs. Just shoot the bugs. That's it. That's all you have to do. You're looking way too deeply into this, and
the same people providing us with an enemy. We're not fighting for freedom, we're harvesting oil and labeling anyone who wants to stop us a terrorist. If you don't believe me, read up on the lore. When the bugs break down, their bodies turn into oil. Maybe I need to learn how to stop worrying and love the bomb.
The fact that they call this cold take, I don't know if it's like... Is it supposed to be that it's a joke that it's probably a hot take? Or are they really so deep into sniffing their own farts that they think that this is a cold take? I don't know, this is weird. Yeah, this was all over the place. It just sounds like this isn't a game for him, and now it's gotten like 100,000 views, so... That's where we're at, people. Man, I don't know what to feel about that. They omitted the absolutely stellar implementation of the game as a service model. Yeah, they are actively very interested in making the game progress in and outside the game. Yeah, I think that there's a very interesting aspect to this, to Helldivers 2. I think that it really is only getting started. I never would have predicted that this would be the game to kind of break the mold, but the fact that it is, and the fact that it's gotten so much love and made so much money for Arrowhead, I'm all here for it. And even better than that, the CEO or the head of Arrowhead Studios, I feel like he has a lot in common with my kind of views and values. So I have a really good feeling for the future of the game. Even if it has some flaws now, or the progression system is a bit, borked, I feel pretty good about it. Okay, what are we working on today? Maybe you guys should be asking me that. And I don't know yet. I think I wanted to overhaul the potion inventory, so that the player could actually have like a hot bar. Though, that sounds like a lot of work. My time is split a little bit here, right? Okay, so let's go over the schedule of things. We have our calendar. It is March. Now we have 3 days, maybe 4 days, because I think that Dragon's Dogma 2, I won't actually be able to play it until Saturday, because it comes out on like 1 a.m. for me, or 2 a.m. on Saturday, even though it's technically releasing on Friday. We'll see as we get closer, but so far that's what I've seen with the release times. We have these days, then Dragon's Dogma 2, so I want to do something that only takes roughly 4 days of work to do. And also something that has some significant benefit to the game experience, right? We could do more puzzles. Unlockable areas via potions. We could do. Now we have a lot of time in April, which is great, but then in May we have some Digital Dragons preparation. Now some of this preparation is me preparing the pitch. Some of it is going to be needing to be me making the GDD, and that is a little scary to me because the GDD is going to be pretty big for this game. And I have to make the GDD before I sit down with a producer, ideally, and we budget out the vertical slice. So I'm starting to realize here that if I spend a week doing maybe like pitch and budget stuff, if I can get a producer during that week, I need to spend the previous couple weeks at least working on the GDD. And I'll try to do that on stream, though we'll see, because it's kind of boring and it requires a lot of thought. Budget. The budget, I'm a little worried about this budget, but we'll have to see. So if I can safely say that like halfway through April, I need to start working on the GDD. Especially with No Rest for the Wicked coming out, right? Then we don't have too many more days of actual feature development. Which scares me. It really scares me. Okay, I'll put it this way. I'm not unhappy with what we have right now. I certainly would not say that I'm unhappy with what we have. I just know that had I started the development of this sooner, like last summer, rather than in November or whenever we started, I would feel better. We would have more done. But I'm pretty happy that given roughly half a year of development, we will have a pretty solid prototype, a GDD, a pitch, and a vertical slice budget made up. There's a lot to be said for that. I'm gonna run around the world and we're gonna see. We need to be very agile here. We need to determine what's going to bring the most value to this game right now in this moment. And if it's something that we can make in a couple weeks. Sprint's agile. I'm actually thinking of going more with a Kanban methodology as opposed to Scrum, personally. Do you need a Scrum Master? I think the entire team will be in charge of that, in charge of the production. But we'll have a dedicated producer to help organize and manage it all. We will have stand-ups. We will have dailies, at least. I'm happy with what we have so far. I know that it's still lacking, it's still minimal. But I'm happy that we have the core gameplay loop on display here. We did add these critters. It would be kind of cool to do something more with them, but... The snails are pretty cute. We could make like an unlockable area and a dungeon that you can explore, but the dungeon, a lot of its purpose comes from the danger, the risk versus reward, right? So you go in there, you might have to perform some combat, but it is also something interesting to explore, something new, a new biome, with potentially its own specific habitat, its own flora and fauna. This could be done, but I feel like it's just doing more of what we've already been adding to the game, and I don't feel like it would be needed to be added in order for a publisher to understand that we would have it, is what I mean. I can simply put a slide or, you know, a portion of the GDD about different areas the player can explore. I don't think it needs to be demonstrated, right? We want to keep the prototype to demonstrate things that are better to demonstrate than if we had just wrote it in the GDD. And that's where, to me, the potion combat really sticks out, right? If we want to have this, if we want to explore it and determine through the development of vertical slice if it's something that fits, although I think it's something we should do before vertical slice, personally, then it needs to be demonstrated. So I am unsure here. I can see a oops, FOV 20. The slime bouncing over there. It's cute. I think we need to convey to publishers that this is a more of a narrative-driven life sim as opposed to a shopkeeping game, as opposed to something that's fast-paced. This is meant for the player to just inhabit, to live, to relax. And a world that can have serious tones and also happy tones. It's not fast-paced. Why run? Because this is the speed of the player. And partially because I thought the scale of the world would be smaller than it is. It turned out a little bit too big, so yeah. Lesson learned there, I guess, right? They always run away from me. They always hate me. I feel like the interaction box on the pink flowers is like off. Gotta fix that. I don't know, I gotta fix that. Like I could, we did make this, right? This did take us a day to do. I could make actual potions hitting the ground and bursting into some effects. The only problem is, like, right now it doesn't mean anything to the game. And depending on how long it takes to do that properly, what if we just worked on adding in small experience enhancing things first? So we add in like sounds, we add in some ambient tracks, you know, some music or whatever. We clean up some of the placeholder stuff a bit. Just try to make it look and feel nicer. Round off this experience. I don't know. Kind of goes against what the point of the prototype is, though, doesn't that? Chronic, thank you for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any
Bounty hunters.
in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot. I think as players, you guys would want something more rounded off, more finalized, but for the publisher specifically, I think just for them to get a better sense of what the game is. It all comes back to I just feel like I'm in a catch-22 with this almost, where I know I don't have enough time left to add anything major. I mean, 3 weeks is a lot, right? But I know that this GDD is going to be hell to make. And consider too that, you know, I need to prepare for Digital Dragons in like a lot of ways. I need to actually sit down with a producer probably over the course of 2 days to determine budgets. Could even take longer than that. I need to make presentations and print them out. I need to schedule meetings and find good time slots for that. I think I need some additional help with making sure that this build is running on the devices that I need it to be. And then we have a GDD, a massive GDD. Let's schedule this. Let's just think it off. I mean, I'm gonna have to work some weekends. That's just the reality of it. I won't do like stream weekends though. I'll do weekends, just weekends of me strategizing and thinking of how I want to get this made up. Let's see. No stream these days. That's going to be me preparing everything physically and getting ready for it. Although I might come on, like when I have my pitches ready, I might come on stream and pitch you guys the game, and you guys can be the publishers. I can tell you like what publishers are thinking about, and then you guys can throw that back in my face. That could be fun. Trapped to your I don't think they would say that. EDD. Presentation. Budgeting. Team strategy. GDD development. Leaves about 3 weeks. It leaves about 3 weeks of actual feature development if we want it. I think we demonstrate that there are going to be puzzles. I think that unlockable areas is pretty... I think it's easy to put in the GDD. I think if we wanted it to, we could just add a... I mean, we did. We added like a barrier blueprint, right? Content alchemy blueprints. Yeah, we have like a BP obstacle that gets destroyed when the player hits it with something, right? Do we not? Oh yeah, it does, okay. So... it could be pretty easy to implement that, I think. Didn't I have a... hold on. Undo all this. We did have open world puzzles. Let me switch to this branch. Merge from this change set. Critters to puzzles. Even if it's just one small area that isn't fully explorable right now, but at least demonstrates that the player can use potions, I know that I'm not going to make them actually throw a potion and overhaul the effects in the way that it should be done for the final game, because this is a prototype. So for me, just having an area where I can show, okay, so the player can throw potions, here's an example of what it looks like, but right now we don't have any potions for the player to throw. So we can pretend that it's like some fire melting some, I don't know, some overgrown area. Like we have some overgrowth, right? I can just play some fire effects and then just delete the delete the meshes. It doesn't matter, I just need a place to put this. I was thinking back here, but I don't know of any other way to handle this except for deleting a landscape section. Right? I don't know how to make a hole in the landscape. But this is way too big. How do I make a cave? UE5. Make hole in landscape. It auto finished, so I think. Okay. Is it just gonna tell me to delete the landscape section? Wait, there is a way? Landscape visibility mask. Oh. Does that remove the collision on it though? The meshes got deleted, but not the collision. Could you remove the collision from a section? How to make a holes in a landscape with collision. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I need to do something like this. So first we need the masked landscape layer. I told my boss I solved the logistical issue with the consultants, and 15 minutes later she presents to me how she solved the logistical issue by citing my points with a numbered list and more space between points. She's lazier than me. Just go get yourself another promotion. You have 5 this year or something. I don't know. Okay, if I go to scope, select visibility. Okay, yeah, this is what we need. This is what we need right here. This will solve my problems. Change to opacity masked. First array slot. Okay, let me see here. Where's our landscape master material? I kind of forget where it was. Shared resources. It's not like auto landscape. It's a material function. Landscape master. I mean, I guess I could test it. Just unhook the, I don't think this is the one. No, it's not this one. Shit. I don't remember which one it was. Landscape. Material. Maybe it wasn't called landscape? Tower. It was one of these ones, wasn't it? Terrain mesh. Yeah, here it was. Okay, I found it. Landscape visibility. We need to like set material, but we need to change the material type, don't we? I'm a little scared of doing that because I might break something. Create a new material. Okay, make some vectors. I mean, we have the layer blends up here somewhere, right? Somewhere. Maybe not. Terrain overlay. Why is this so hard just to find the master material for the landscape? Oh, no, see, this looks better. Terrain master. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that looks more like it. Oh, okay. So we need to make a set material attributes. Change it to opacity mask. We need a landscape visibility mask. Alright. Set material attributes. Landscape visibility mask. Allow you to paint opacity and disable collisions in these areas. And we just hook up the, I assume the base color. Oh, then select your material and check use material attributes. But would it even work because the material doesn't have an opacity mask in here? Okay, I'll try it. I mean, I need to make the material attributes, so hold on one sec. Okay, make material attributes, base color, normal. why did we unhook roughness? Oh, I see. There we go. That should work. If it doesn't break everything. We'll see. Well, nothing appears broken. Which blend mode? Need to make a material instance and set the blend mode. But couldn't I just set the blend mode in here to masks? Might take a few seconds to apply that. Okay, nothing looks broken. Preparing some shaders. It says I should be able to mask out. Oh, it is working. That does work. Okay. Alright, that's exciting. That's a whole lot better than I thought it would be. Well, now we could paint in some holes into the landscape. That's so much nicer than what I had to do before. Okay, I'm glad I learned that. Very glad I learned that. And I had this pack that I could pull in for the dungeon. But we'll see how big it is, because it might be a really sizable pack. I think it was this one. Stylized modular crystal mine. Seems to fit the vibe very well. But we'll see how big it is. I'm going to add it while closed. Half a gigabyte? Not too bad. That's not too bad. Alright, let's see what's in here. Crystal Cave. Maps. Unreal never change. 3, 3, 8. No. 3, 6. So how's the weather for you guys in chat? Yesterday it was cold and even started snowing at some point. 2, 5, 8. Don't look out the window. Ever? 2, 3. Are you frozen, Unreal? I bet it's just compiling shaders. There it is. 4, 6. I watched a, I don't know if you guys know Wendigoon on YouTube. Watched the video of his on Ruby Ridge, which I barely knew anything about beforehand. And yeah, pretty fucked up situation that was. Okay, is this a cinematic or do I get to walk around in it? I can walk around and I can shoot balls because I have the same I have the same controller. Okay, that's fine. The stylization looks good. This would fit right in our game. I need to set anti-aliasing method 4, please. Make it look good. Yeah, this would fit right in with what we have. You know, I probably would stay away from like painting some of these rocks with gold. Looks a little silly in my opinion. I prefer the meshes of gold as opposed to the weird painted aspect. I hope those are just like decals. More crystals is always nice. Got some redstone. Colon cum splats, yeah. Jesus. The fuck? The minecart travels along the tracks? What did he do for that? Pretty cool though. Yeah, it was zooming. Ooh. Shit. Hold on. I'm just gonna cheat. Shut up, Unreal. No, I don't want to open it. Yeah, this is very usable. And now that I know how to paint holes in the landscape, I can do something to help here. I would say my only real worry is the performance of having like all this under the map. I almost feel like I would need to... Okay, calm down. Would need to maybe do something with like streaming levels. So essentially we only stream in this level when the player's close to it, and we unload it when the player is far away from it. That way... Yeah, but... Okay, let's start a bit smaller here. Let's say the player is not going to be exploring something this big. Right, we don't need something this large. We just need something small to convey this desire, right? What I can say is that I think the assets are very nice. I think they fit within the theme of the pack really well. What are these? PFS tree? What is that? Procedural component. Nice procedural component. He used a procedural generation to spawn the purple crystals. I mean, I guess I could see why it would be necessary for this kind of thing, but it's still like very weird placement sometimes. Whatever. Rotating crystal. Some static mesh waterfalls. They look all right. Yeah, I think I can make use of this. It'd say it was modular though, but it isn't really modules to make this. I mean, am I crazy about that? It literally says in the Saint Scare. It says modular crystal mine. But it's not really modular. It's just a crystal mine with assets. I mean, I guess these sections are modules. Yeah, these sections are modules. But it's only the MINESHAFT sections that are. Then it's just placed assets. Yeah, it's like like these sections are modules. Which I mean is fine. It's still a little weird, but it's fine. EP random ore. What do you mean random? Oh, I see. Just changes on construction script. I see. particle field is nice too. I don't know where the root of it is. Can't see it somewhere. Maybe it's turned off. The billboard's turned off. It's this one, NS flying particle. Yeah, that's nice. Some little fairy lights. Okay. Okay, I can make use of this. Okay, let's go back to our map. I mean, I'll use like the modular sections as the player goes in there, but I'll probably just have like a smaller room or two where we pop out of the module. Okay, I would like it here. And I'll probably have like the ground slope down a bit into it. But at the very least for now I can paint a hole roughly here. Now you need to remove the plants. I will fix up the way we paint that later. Okay, let's see some of the rocks it has, because we have some new rocks. Always the most exciting part, right? A wood entrance. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, I think that's workable. Then I can add some, like some rocks and shit here. And move into the actual sections. There's something weird about that. Did I change something that made that appear? Like the green? Whatever. Whatever, let it happen. Do we want to use their rocks, or do we want to use our rocks? I think for the outside, I'm going to use the rocks we've already been using. And then for the inside, we can kind of change it up if we want to.
Rock and stone, everyone!
Rock and stone. That's exactly it. Where am I? Oh, stones. Here we go. What's up, Zephyrus? How you doing today? Let's see. Doing good? That's great. That's very good to hear. I had to place two of them. That was weird. How can I get this to angle down a bit? I need to place like a few more pieces onto this. Crystals. Oh. It's like it should be angled down just a bit. It looks pretty good. Obviously we have a bit of an entrance issue but we can fix that. More important for me is just going to be angling it in well enough. Oh, I see. That one has like, okay. Let's see. I do kind of I do like the wooden bits on that. This one has no side or bottom wood. I feel like the entrance would be more reinforced. I've switched it to unlit mode so I can see things a bit easier. If you guys are wondering why it looks like potato. Okay, that one looks like that. What is the difference between these two? I don't see any difference. Oh, this one doesn't have a... No, it does have a ceiling. So... Oh, I see it's got, it's edging. Doing our favorite pastime, chat. I've been playing a lot of Skyrim recently. New mod pack. You seems. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Do. Oh, interesting. So the floor isn't a plane on this. It is just a very small rectangle, a very thin rectangle. And, I mean, I guess that kind of helps a bit. You can make a few more mistakes with the height of it without screwing everything up. Oh, but it's a plane here. Okay. It's also just actively too small. It's a really weird module. I don't think it matters though. And I kind of wish there were dead end modules, but I guess we can kind of fake that to some extent, so. I can like use this module for instance and then just put a some collapsed rocks at the end. Yeah, it's one of those cases we have to hide stuff with like rocks and beams and shit. There we go. Good enough. Seams are hidden. It seems good enough. Get it? No? Okay. Ooh, I could put some collapsed rocks here and then, some ore. Jesus Christ, that's a big rock. Holy shit. That is way too big. Yeah, that's what I need. Small. Okay, that's too small. God damn it. Oh my god, like the small rocks are like bricks, and then the things they say are boulders are the size of pebbles. This is not a boulder. Man, that looks like a boulder. It's huge above average boulder. It's a mountain. I still call those things boulders before. You think this is boulder? What are you on about? What are you huffing today? Environment art, yeah. Just making like a mine shaft in the side of the mountain here. I'll worry about the lighting of it afterwards. How you doing, Matthew? I should have 2 bowlers. About to head off to uni, wanted to drop and see how things were going. No photos yet for today due to snow bombs are paying the butt. How's your uni going? I'll let you see that. I can. Sweet, sweet Gwendolyn. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Could put a, okay, I know what I could do. I could put this mesh in. I kind of wish the end. It's not very good. Not very good. I wish there were more junctions, like a T junction or something. For a modular mine shaft, this isn't the most modular. Also lopsided. Going well, boring class, different day, and repeat. Well, hopefully something gets more interesting. Ooh. I mean, I could put... How do I hide this? I mean, the players can only just, like, see back here. They're not going to go back here anyway, so it just needs to look passable. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. Looks so bad. No. Oh. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. Okay, what do we have? What, do I have just... Are there any walls? Can I just get a wall? I use a rock as a wall. I can use a rock as a wall. That is a very small rock. I need a larger rock. That is a larger rock. This looks so bad. Whatever, just fill in the holes. Player can't go down this shaft anyway. It's exactly, this is fine. Just make it look passable. I need a flat rock. I need something flat. Yes, that's how this feels. That's exactly it. I mean, it's gonna look a little wonky anyway too because of the difference in art style, but put a carpet over it. Yeah, it's just like it's that kind of issue. I mean, if I put like a light here and we switch back to lit. And then, never mind, it still looks like shit. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It could be worse.
It's just a prototype.
Exactly that. It is just a prototype. Thank you, me, for reminding me. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work, Lazy Fangs? Scam. That's weird. It says it's queued. Okay. Do you think it's just too soft? Beautiful. There it goes. Thank you for that. That was very loud. I appreciate it. What is it with sound alert? Why is sound alert so broken all the time? I thought so many people used it too. And it was just the de facto best, choice that people had. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, can the player really see through this though? That's not always me. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Okay, the player can almost get through that. Yeah, you know what? The player can see through that, but I'm just going to put a rock at the end of it. There. That looks good. Also, hello, Ellie Rude. How you doing? Is that okay? I was gonna add some like ore back here too. Doing great. That's wonderful. And me, I am a little upset that my new streaming PC had a problem when I went to build it, and I gotta get it sorted out. I have to exchange a couple of parts. Hope that the new ones are good. Some others just gave me 3 free replay tokens due to scams. Really? Oh, did you report the issue? And they gave you those? The one that you had last week? These emissive? Oh yeah, they are emissive. That's pretty cool. Wonderful. More emissive things. To make Lumen shit itself.
But who's to judge the light from long when our guard is down? I think we'll both agree that violence breeds violence.
That is so loud. That is so loud. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I need to lower that. I can't, the thing is the text-to-speech is lowered to 10%, and it is still that loud. Thank you for those gunshots. I don't know, that one's way too loud. Let's disable that. Dude. Thank you for that. Hydrate. Okay, I'll hydrate. Do you guys see the new Twitch meta? Where girls wear tight green spandex and stream the game over that and key out the green. You guys see that? What is this? Can I even show this on screen? Is this Supermarket Simulator? Jesus Christ. It looks like Supermarket Sim. All I know is I'm tempted. Oh my god. Free screen space. I mean, I will say that honestly, it is the least questionable of all of the Twitch thought metas that I've seen, to be honest. Like, in terms of it being sexualized, it's not nearly as bad as some of the other ones. Why would that be put on rock? That wouldn't be put on rock. It's still just obviously sexualized. No such thing as lesser evil. I mean, I don't want any of it, but I'll take that. I'll take that over some of the other things I've seen on this site. Yeah, that's okay. It's not even that sexualized. Frankly, I'm baffled. What's the appeal beside new thing? It really is that. I mean, they just... The purpose is to do something new so that you get attention. Because it'll be so ridiculous and wacky that people will want to know what's going on. And also, yes, Coomers. Okay, I do agree that with the audience being 18 or even sub 18, yes. It's so weird that their Torch BP has it changing the mesh on construction script, which I mean is fine if I want random, but then why not allow me to just look, I'll show you how easy it is, okay? You make a new boolean, b is random, okay? Get branch true not even a branch. Okay, we'll do a remote to variable, mesh, easy. Geez, Zambi, how you doing? I'm doing well today. How about you? How's your Tuesday? There, now it's random. Or the player can force it to not be random. Very, very easy. I kind of want to move this just a little bit. over. Hopefully it doesn't screw this up. Kind of does. We'll try to fix the sides. Ignore it. I'm pretty good. Just finished my basic Kuwahara shader for my level. I have to add more to it. Kuwahara shader. What does that look like? Okay, I still need to fix up the entrance to this. I will do that, of course, at some point. Yeah, it should be nice. Player can't really see any, can't really make out details back there. You know, kind of just looks like it goes off into nothingness, which is nice. Collisions look fine. These look like painting. Works as an opposite of denoising, kind of, to explain it roughly. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, I see that. Huh. It's wild stuff. That is beyond my scope of understanding. If you need a game balance, though, come to me. Otherwise, I don't know if I can help you with anything shader related. But I'm glad that you're able to do that. I kind of want this in the ceiling, but I think that the proportions of this rock are a little too weird for that. Okay. Okay, no. Wanted some texturing on it. It's not gonna work. Needs a little bit of a gap. This whole talking earlier about boobs now makes me see booby. Yeah, I mean, it does look like that. You're not wrong. But I mean, everybody likes him, right? Looks so bad. Have to be careful too, because if there's any bleeding of the light through here, it'll be noticeable. I mean, I could just put like a flat plane above this to hide all of that. I could also make the landscape mesh two-sided, or the material two-sided. But I don't think I should do that. It seems like a very bad idea. I want to think how it looks from other direction. Boobs everywhere. I will do more cluttering after this is all set up too. I'd like to make maybe like 2 small chambers, so like one chamber with mushrooms and one chamber with mainly mushrooms and one with mainly crystals. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know how that sounds though. Also, I'm curious how the navigation looks in here. That looks pretty good, actually. I'm gonna throw some snails in here. Inside its ass on toilet. I might put a block here too, so that anything I put inside, like I might put a navigation blocking volume here, so that anything inside will be able to nav inside here, but won't be able to nav outside. Yeah, there was like kind of weird. We'll see how it affects things. I mean, this too, I need to fix up this entrance area. Maybe I can do that now that I've built in some of it. Dreamscape. Wait, I don't want to use those. It's just like this, the tiniest holes that the player will never see, it still kind of triggers me. Thank you, huge cookie. Where's that beam? Or we just put one of these at the entrance. I try so hard. Put more rocks up here too. Shit. Oh, that was the, Actually, you know what? I'm gonna rotate that, because I kind of like that being here, but I need to rotate it. I think it's kind of cool if that rock is here, but... yeah, better. Okay. Okay, and fix the landscape here. It goes up. I just need to push it down. Okay. That feels better. Meshes, stones, stone, small. That is a small stone. I shall rotate. Rotate. No more hole. No holes allowed in this stream. Do we want two of them? No, I'm just gonna keep one. Damn it. Check Discord. You send me some nudes. Oh my god. Should I do that for game dev? Should I? Oh my god, you guys don't want to see my look, I have hairy legs, okay? Okay, smooth. Smooth. absolute bear from the waist down. You'll see it once I start wearing some shorts when it gets warmer. I'm an absolute bear from the waist down, with a few spots that I have carefully curated the hair away. Should I do it? How have you not beaten Pacific Drive yet? That's what I want to know. Where's there weird dithering on just like this one rock? Play it once a week for 3 hours. How many hours do you have on it? Oh, that's right. We have more rocks in here. That's right. That's right. That's right. Right. That's probably poking into the cave a bit. Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty good. If I had known about the visibility thing, I would have done that back here, but now that this is all set up, I'm just gonna leave it. I mean, I still would have had to put something over this anyway, so whatever, now we know. It looks fine. Random rocks. I mean, I'm into it. I'm into the random rocks. BP Ocean. That's what I want. Let's add an ocean. Holy Jesus, yeah, that is an ocean, that's for sure. Our world is now water, chat. This is the game now. We are now under the sea. Subnautica 2. Am I the only one who didn't really like Below Zero? Like it didn't hit me in the same way that original Subnautica did. I don't know. Cauldronica, I like it. I take the protagonist talking ruined it. Hated her guts. One thing for me too is I really hate penguins, and the game had penguins. Don't roast me for that opinion, guys. I just can't stand penguins. What do you hate penguins? Do penguins make a nest in your attic too? Yes. They made a nest in the attic of my brain. My brain is empty, and that's where they put up their roost. Okay, I think baby penguins are pretty cute. However, I just think adult penguins they're just kind of, I don't know why they exist. Penguin racism. They're just kind of, they just don't do anything. They just, oh my god. That always scares me. They just kind of stand there for like 9 months out of the year or something. And they just don't try not to die. Like, that's all they do. That's my hot take. Where was the... I think it was the mine. Wait. Where were the rocks with ores? Crazy? Oh, they're in here. Okay. Aren't we all, though? I mean, there. I kind of want to make these harvestable ingredients, but I really... There's 2 reasons I don't want to do that at the moment. Number 1, we don't have enough effects to actually make any more interesting ingredients, I feel. And setting up the harvestable ingredients is really, really annoying. It's really annoying. I'll do it in the future or something, I don't know. Just let me exist in harmony today. No, I'm not gonna put any ore on the outside. And I generally think that that's pretty inviting enough. I'm excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 later this week. I like that we break up the monotony of game dev with some games. I can see nuts across her face, Dogma. That's exactly it. Something we did with the blending feels like we messed that up. Just looks weird. Well, that feels pretty cool. Especially with nighttime. To fix some issues up, but overall, I do wonder if it will be visible easily. I think so. I can always set up the road sign as well, wherever I put it, to kind of point that this way would be the mine shaft or something. Or just a dirt road leading over to it. That might work. Kind of thick, but I'll mess with it after I get things moved. Alright, let me see. Let's lower the strength a bit. I want it to be an obvious path, but not, just feel like it hasn't been used in a while, you know? I'm so focused on grass. You guys really like the fart, huh? Yeah, it really there's no case where the fart will lose the enjoyment that it has. I could put a signpost down here. Tower. Mine. Didn't we call this the tower? Wonderful. Alchemy. Hut. Oh, I think we call that outpost. There, now the player knows what's going on back there. And more than that. Can place some mushrooms next to it. Okay, that should feel nice as an entrance, hopefully. I like how this branch we're working on is called puzzles, and we're not implementing a puzzle. We're implementing a abandoned mine shaft. Jesus Christ. I should never be in charge of source control. Every time I touch source control, I either don't use it the way it should be used, or I break it. Or both. Both sound, yeah, they do. A new visitor is awaiting me at my hut. Who could it be? Does he have a blue dick? Okay, I will worry like more about the lighting later. For now, let's get these two like side rooms made up. You know what would be really cool? And you guys can tell me what you think of this. So what if this room, poked out here, right? Big room, lots of shit growing, ceilings and shit. And we had a very small, noticeable hole here. You can't go into it, but you can see that there's a cave in there. And so some of the light, some of the ambient light should make it through that hole so that you can kind of like get a peek, like, oh shit, there's something down there. And then, you know, if you go down here and into it, you'll notice that there's a big room here. Doesn't make sense for a cave under a river. It does not. But this is a fantasy world where your dreams, Laserfangs, your dreams can come true. All of your wildest dreams. Go for Pedro. You can have a hot Amazon girlfriend in Cauldron Chronicles. She can be goth, she can be big baba, she can be small baba. She'd be a hulking werewolf on full moons too. She absolutely can. And so just like your dreams being true, my dream of having a cave right here is going to come true as well. Sounded like he just made an excuse for environments that don't make sense. Yes, that's right. Huge cookie. I feel like you have an alarm that's like warning you, like, hey, you have 500 points. How many points do you guys earn an hour anyway? I think it tells me, doesn't it? Viewers can crowdfund big rewards to channel points. That could be fun. What do we do with a big reward? Earn 250 for subs. What could we do with a big reward? Raptor in maid costume. I have to be able to afford a maid costume. I was thinking it'd be kind of funny to do the green spandex bottoms, like, and work on a game while doing it, and I would just like scratch my my crack all the time. It would just be the stupidest stream ever. I think I would lose followers on that stream. I watch that. It would be kind of funny. Props, crystal support. See if we get banned tomorrow. Stairs. How nice do these stairs look? They're kind of nice. Oh my god. How many points do you have, Huge Cookie? Does it tell me how many points people have? $26. You had, wait, you had or you have 26K? No pool. Right now you have 15k. That is 30. That is 30 farts right there. $35k. So I'm not allowed to do those Gamba polls, right? Because I am in Poland. They don't like that. $500k equals Cauldron Chronicles key. I have to have keys first in order to do that. That could be kind of nice though. I'm actually not against that idea, honestly. You can do them, but people from Poland and some other countries won't be able to bet points. I don't see that though. It might only be a partner thing. Channel points reward queue. Oh, I see. That's not it. Monetize your stream. Snooze your ads for 5 minutes. Can I spam that? Can I spam that so that I infinitely have snoozed ads? Oh, prediction. I see manage prediction, but I don't see anything to like control the bets. I can set it up, but it doesn't. Like, are the amount is it just? I've never done one before. Like, I know how they work, but I thought you could maybe set custom bet amounts. I guess you don't. Oh yeah, you don't control the payout. Okay, so it's more just you set it up and it's just automatically. Okay. I see. See, I thought there'd be some control over it, but I guess there isn't. Okay, I see. Thank you for the explanation. Weird parallax going on with that or something. Making me crazy. Yikes forever. That looks so bad. Where's my beam? Hey, yo, how you doing, Dinksero? Sorry, I was focused on rocks. Those are really wide beams. Good, just coding looking for someone to watch. Well, hopefully you Enjoy the nice cozy vibes we got here. Some Elder Scrolls music in the background. The occasional, maybe not so occasional vulgarity. Don't like how those are placed, but I need it to cover up the seams. Whatever. It's just a prototype. Let's not focus on it. So there are the rails blueprint, but can I set it to not have the minecart on it? Let me see how that's set up in the other map. Maybe there's a better way to do that. The hell am I? It does curve. Yeah, I'd probably just modify the blueprints so that the minecart isn't automatically on the rails. So we don't need that. But I'll take the rail spline, right? Or I will just, you know what, I'm gonna make a duplicate of the blueprint and remove the minecart from that one. No cart. That is the tangent. Hold on, maybe there's some rail meshes. Yeah. Let me do like the kind of half broken, half buried meshes here. No, no, not at all. I'm gonna do 2 blueprints. I wish I had more tangents on that, but I don't think I can get more. Unless I can. Okay, I can. Yeah, we'll have to see how this affects navigation too. Yeah, let's pull it out. I'm gonna make this one curve to the right. In order to do that, we'll have to that might not be the best option. Let me just have it curve. Hold on. Okay. Like, I don't need it to look too great. Yeah, the problem is that it just kind of floats above that. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? They created an extra tangent there for some reason. That was weird. Oh, it's still kind of floating. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, it's so, I fucking hate splines. Lines are the worst. It would have been better if I didn't screw up my tangents either. About the whole Apex Legends live hacking, I did hear about that. Yeah, this looks tough. Can't you create arbitrary control points though? Yeah, I could have created more tangents along this, and I didn't. Because I guess I hate myself. Yeah, I did hear about the Apex Legends stuff. That sounds fun. I've been warned not to play any easy anti-cheat games. Regularly spaced. They're not very regularly spaced. They're not as regularly spaced as they should be, that's for sure. I mean, this I can fix up. I don't want this hovering because I feel like it's gonna leave shadows that will kind of show that it is hovering, you know? Like if I put a torch here. I mean, maybe it won't, but I feel like it will. And then it clips with the ground a bit. I don't think the choice of the mesh here either, with the one with the bottom wood, is helping me. We need to unhate self and add more control points. Well, see, that would be the logical thing to do. I can also try doing this. Like remove the wooded bottoms on that, so that at least if I need to sink it into there, I can. Pray to Raptor Jesus, and all shall become clear. And pray to the Almighty Raptor. Where is Raptor Jesus? Do I have a logo of him? There's him cut off. Oh wait, I think I have it. There he is. There's Raptor Jesus. Riley is ambiguous. Riley can be whatever you want him or her to be. Like, I wanted to choose a name for Riley that was just like, it wasn't set in stone. Headcanon ruined. Well, it was to make like whatever your headcanon of Riley being, Riley could be. And order porn. Yeah, you want Microraptor porn, is that it? This is what my business's legacy is going to come to. Looks so bad. I can't even line up the struts correctly. Yeah, I should just make more points. I should just make more points. I just need to redo this. Before I redo it though, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Most of all, the CO1 permit. God. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we can place this, the rails properly. Thank you, Cookie, for doing that before I leave. Here, B. Okay. Pregnant person with the reinforced stratagem tattoo? Holy shit. I saw a meme that the reinforced stratagem was like Father, Son, Holy Spirit kind of thing. I thought that was pretty funny. starts with up though. Goes like up, down, right, left, and then you pray. So up, down, right, left, and then up again. I don't know if that was intended. If that was, that's fucking brilliant. Yeah, especially during like the heat of battle. That one always gets me too. Oh, I watched some of the stuff with with Avatar, with the Netflix Avatar, and I have to be honest, what absolute trash. Okay, I mean maybe it's not like a 2 out of 10, but it is less than a 5 out of 10 for me. Holy shit, they just murdered so many character details and world details. There's so much exposition, and the acting is... It's so bad. Guys left an Elgato Stream Deck. I did see the Elgato Stream Deck to the wrist. I mean, that's just kind of crazy. I prefer that over the macro, to be honest, though. Like the guy that just makes macros of them. Not to derail back to, No, fuck it. Let's just we'll have 2 talks. We'll have one talk about Helldivers and one talk about Netflix Avatar. Embrace the chaos of talking about 5 million things at once. Can I rotate that? Shit. Can I really not rotate the spline points? It's not. Boost health ever morale through Democrat. Oh my god. Are you still in Rule 34? Is that where you're looking at this? I'm pretty surprised about that, because usually Rule 34 is just kind of, I don't know, it isn't great for some things. I don't think there's any way I can make this. Look, it's fucking upside down now. I don't even know. What the hell is wrong with this? Hold on, I need to delete these. I will make one kind of going in. I don't think that it was very competent personally. I think it was pretty ass. I think especially for a show claiming that it was trying to appeal to Game of Thrones fans, it left out it had so much exposition and forced dialogue that it feels more like it was made for Marvel fans. Sorry, Marvel fans. Look, I like some Marvel movies, okay? But more like the original Iron Man kind of thing. That's my jam. I mean, I liked aspects of it, but it's just in the same way that there's really weird camera angles, there's forced dialogue, and I tell you that the exposition dump in the new Netflix Avatar just makes it feel like they think you are 2 years old. Even the original show, which was on a kid's network, didn't treat the viewers as that stupid. And I really don't think that what they did with certain characters was for the better. There's so much weird focus on, like, Aang being way too serious. Zuko talking about the throne, which was never his concern or goal. Katara just being girl boss. Well, her having like nothing and then just being girl boss for no reason. There's way too much focus on like relationships and sexual looks at each other. Especially with like Suki, which is sad because I think that I really like Suki in the original show, and I think that the actor who plays her here in the Netflix show is really good, really good. Like she's a perfect Suki, but the writing for her is just kind of wacky. Oh my god, I thought I crashed. It was just I have to okay. It's just navigation, just nav mesh shit. I mean, Azula. Look. I don't think Azula looks very good. She doesn't have that straight psychotic nature. I dislike how much they showed of. They left out all the subtext from the original show that made you wonder and think about things. It's now either been filled with just scenes that showcase that, or exposition that feels so forced that it's annoying. Like they straight up just have Gran talk about the, read off the show's intro, and it just feels so forced. Why is that like that? Oh, that's just the wood, okay. I don't know, they missed the messaging with certain characters and scenes so much, especially when they mentioned like they thought that Sokka's character was outdated and it was like sexist or something, and then they just boiled it down even worse, and that now it feels like even more of a cartoon look at these characters' identities. With like Suki and Sokka. Yeah, they in an effort to remove what they claim was one-dimensional characters or whatever, they've just made them one-dimensional. I don't know, it's just so weird, and it feels so bad. It feels so unnecessary to make this. And I will say, like, some of the visual effects were pretty nice, I think. But I would rather have had slightly worse looking visual effects and better story. So now we have a movie that got shit visual effects and shit story. We have TV show that has pretty good effects and not very good story, in my opinion. I know people will disagree with that, but I don't know. I just don't feel like this was a series that needed to be remade. I guess I guess that would be my point in short. I probably needed to make a second. Can I fix that? No. Crossroads, how you doing? Hey, Aga. Welcome, everybody. We got all the VIPs in chat today. We're all very important people. It is not cooperating, I can tell you that. This is not the first track I put down in this location and had to delete and try to fix. It is being very annoying. I do not really like working with splines. There's a reason for that. This is the reason. Okay, that actually not too bad. Representative said that he needs to put the track first and then the cave around it. You know, shut the fuck up. Look, it's gonna get made, okay? It will get made. And then I can just make my signature excuse. It's just a prototype. And then you have nothing to say to that. Hey, August, how you doing? We don't use facts and logic in this channel. Okay. Passed out today. In a manner of speaking, or not in a manner of speaking? I don't know how I can get this to curve around that. Oh, you sleep? Okay, okay. Well, you know, it's better than like you just passed out, like, I don't know, anemia or something. If there's any good way.
Talisman!
Classic. Okay, you didn't faint. Okay, okay, okay. I don't even care if this looks silly. I just needed to just leave it. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to do, and it's so stupid. But every single developer here is going to know what I'm doing. Okay? Just watch. It's just, oh no, some crashed rocks. Oh no, what happened here? Wow, this is crazy, guys. Ooh woo. Who's ooh wooing? Yeah, wow, it just happened like that. That's crazy. God, mines are so unsafe. Literally did that yesterday because I couldn't solve camera collision with lands. Yeah, it's like, just fuck it. Like, whatever. There's just a mountain. Hey, whatever works, right? Wish I could make multiple redeems to make a giant fart explosion. What if I just took all the free fart sounds and I combined them into one sound? It would just be all of them stacked on top of each other. Classic. What a classic. Why are the engines like that? Seen the clip I posted on Twitter over the weekend? Did I follow you with the official account or my personal account? Because if it was with the official account, I probably wouldn't have seen it. So I mostly spend time on my personal account. Send me a link. And I'll make sure to follow you on my personal account. Like, it's not like I hide my personal account, but I separate them for like brand identity, right? But you can send links in chat. That's so high. Better. Ooh. Very pretty visuals. It sucks because of fucking Twitter compression. Ugh, fucking Twitter compression. And that Twitter compression has always been such a problem. Especially with like bitrate heavy stuff. Oh, it's your fault. Did you forget to record it at a high bitrate? Like your butterflies. I see. Your interaction fade in and out is really nice. Feels very smooth. That's good. You're focusing on some really good details. What stage of development are you in? So it feels kind of like you're in your alpha, like your post vertical. Wow. I gotta make sure to retweet you sometimes too. Let me switch. I'm gonna switch over to my main and follow you too. There we go. Actually, the same Dreamscape asset pack. Yeah, that's where the butterflies and fireflies are from. The Dreamscape packs are really nice. I feel like they're just such a good stylization. And they're good quality. They have nice LODs. Very consistent and very pleasant assets. This build was the prototype. This one should be kind of pre-alpha. The current map is for the demo. So you're making like a really polished... So you're working towards vertical slice, but you're doing like a really polished... bit here. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Why is that up like that? Not a big deal, but it's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's better. I should have demo as possible. Well, no, I'll fix the models later. That's fine. I'm just glad that you have a distinction with that, because there's a lot of indie devs that I don't think make that distinction. Okay, let me build this room before I have the mine cart going in there, or the rails. For TGS. What's TGS? Do I know that but don't know the acronym? Okay, I see. I see. We're gonna have a very strict kind of feel for our vertical slice. I want to make sure that we do vertical properly, especially for a game of this size. We would almost be we'd pretty much be committing suicide if we didn't do our vertical properly and tried to cut corners or rush it. So I want to make sure we do it right. Oh, that's stupid. Back then it was only 1 month into prototyping, so everything was played. Yeah, I mean, I get what you feel. Like, you want to make sure that you show off your game at the right point. And while it would be great to show it off early, sometimes you only get that first impression, and it does matter, right? I had to fake all the music in UI. Be careful about that. Okay, I want this. I need to white box this a little bit. They only asked for a gameplay video. I want to have a view from here into a large chamber. So I can break into the side of the mountain here a little bit. I think I can show you what I sent last year. I will pretend to view it as I'll pretend to view it as if I was viewing like a game on like Kickstarter, just because I think it helps my view of spotting some of those issues. I'll show you. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Because I'm sure it'll look pretty similar to like stuff people post on Kickstarter and then ask $1 million for. And of course you weren't doing this, right? But I'm used to seeing it, and it's yeah. I mean, I will be like fair to you, but okay, let me see. Open with panorama viewer. No. Oh my god. So you faked like even the pop-up and stuff? Okay, pop-up is real. Okay. I was gonna say, that's okay. It's a pretty good fucking fake. It's pretty good. Oh, stuff like the objective was? kind of funny because that would actually that was probably one of the easier things to. It's probably easier to make that than it was to make this. I mean, this is like classic prototype stuff, right? Already had that before the week began. How much did you learn off of like the content examples pack for Unreal? I know when I was starting, that was one of the biggest helpers for me. That bugs I did. I don't know the bugs, yeah. You didn't really use them, like specifically the this pack, where it kind of explains all the feature stuff. Shit, dude, this is a really helpful project. You've never opened it. It's really good. It has examples of pretty much everything that Unreal can do. You can just look at the code or the blueprints. Gives me some Little Big Planet vibes in a way. That's crazy. Crazy what you were able to make in that short a time. How more static so players can control that. I feel like I burned myself. I had like this red spot and now it's just looks dead. But I was cooking some bacon and sausage like a couple weeks ago. I think I just burned myself on the grease. Well, this is a lot more than what I made after 2 months into Unreal. Especially artistically. Artistically, it's much better. So this is what you sent them. This was last year. Okay, this is what you sent last year. No worries, Crossroads. Sleep well. It's nice having you here. That's crazy. I want like a light shaft in there. That's the goal, the hope. I got 2 months to prep time. I'm thinking that our golden year, if it isn't this year for Cauldron Chronicles, it will be next year. Like my goal is to get vertical slice funding, but then if we can start working on the vertical slice, we're gonna have something pretty promising to show by next year. But I gotta build a team fast. I guess we'll poke through here. I don't really want to use the rocks that came with this, though. Well, they don't look bad, but they kind of don't look great either. I don't really like the texture on them. Good luck with those tracks and cave-ins. Thank you, Crossroads. Sleep well, and we'll see each other again. I might have some more emotes, if you have the time. But I have to talk about that with the viewers and see what they want. Might still have to fake music implementation this time. Music and sound are just not my thing. But I'm gonna have to add them. I think publishers will be okay without it, but obviously for vertical we need everything. No placeholders. Ideally no placeholders in vertical. Because my timeline definitely don't have enough time to show everything I want to show. Yeah, isn't that how it always is though? How can I get... Nice if I had tunnels without... Yeah, I'm not gonna use those rocks. I like the Dreamscape ones better. Takes up a lot of time as modeling my assets. But it is nice that you have your own assets. That's something that I can't do at all. And I always wish I could. And if I were trying to be like a solo game dev, of course I would have to learn. But I'm not trying to be solo. I think I'm like 10, 20 years off from being able to do anything completely solo like that. I don't want to write at least a single track for the game. Just bought some new headphones today. I think to the degree that I would want for the games I want to make. My ambitions for games are a little bit too big sometimes. Yeah, but see, you specialize in that. I specialize in design. Specifically like technical and systems design. So while I could take the time to learn the drawing and stuff, I kind of spent my time doing other things. Also what I enjoy. I don't enjoy doing everything in game dev. Sounds like perfectionism. I just want to be really good at design. It's what I enjoy doing. I don't mind learning how to do other things. Like I have 3D modeled. I have done UV unwrapping. Didn't like that, I'll tell you. But it was never what really brought me joy. What always brought me joy was game design. I meant to get to the level to even attempt solo dev. Oh. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think everybody can be solo dev. I think a lot of people try, but I don't know if it's financially viable for a lot of people or just possible skill. I think it's important to try, right? To try anything that you want to do. But I'm already very idealistic, and I think that I need to be a little bit realistic about some things. And one of those things would be my ability to make those. I also just I like working with people, especially like my friends, right? Get 10 times mindset to do everything solo. Luke, thank you so much. Follow.
We're going shopping.
And welcome to the stream. Discipline, hunger for knowledge. The thing is, there's so much beyond just the development of the game that a solo dev has to focus on. That even if you make a good game, you could like fail at marketing, for instance. It's kind of sad, but yeah, I also mean general. Like I said, I really like working with my friends. They help me take my games to new heights. Imagine having friends. How's the size of this? Okay, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have the mine track kind of follow the rocks here, while there's a separate bit of I mean, the player can just jump wherever they want, right? About there. Let's see. More rocks. Stones, cliffs. That is really far back. That's not where I want that. Yeah, I think I'll be more successful, at least for now, as a developer, if I focus on what I'm good at and build a team that can specialize in the things that I'm not good at. And admit that I don't have experience marketing, I don't have experience doing other things, and just find people that I can work with who can augment my skill set in that way. What's this supposed to be, a cave? Yes. Mineshaft, cave, yes. Things. Things are happening. There are rocks, and there are stairs. I'm just kind of throwing things in here and seeing what feels good. Ew. Look at that. That is this rock. Poking up. Oop. Fixed. I can create two landscapes, right? Like, I can have two landscapes in the same level. Or am I crazy about that? I've never tried that before, so I don't know if it's even possible to do. Or I guess constantly watching GDC talks about marketing, technical, and game design is a bit nuts. I mean, I think watching talks though is different from doing it. Talks only take you so far, right? They're just theory. Theory doesn't lead to experience. I mean, for instance, I've seen a lot of like junior game designers who, you know, have a lot of the theory nailed down pretty well, but because they lack the experience, they don't actually know very well how to document or how to be adaptable with different scenarios that occur. Especially with regards to talking with like publishers and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really great to watch them. I know a lot of developers who don't. Not gonna name names, but like they're in game dev and they don't watch those. Name them. I mean, there's just some people I've worked with who are like in game dev, but they don't really care about games, so while they're not bad at their job necessarily, they're very limited. They're very limited, and you can't use games as references because they won't know them. Which just makes my job a lot more difficult, because now I have to, you know, it's like you have to meet me halfway to a certain extent. I don't like that. I try to make a second landscape. Manage. Let me save all. The thing is, like, can I make... Terrain overlay, no. You know what, I can just start with 8x8. I can add sections if needed. That is not the right landscape material. How was that not the right? That is the right one. I probably have to add the layers. Use a plane. Yeah, but I want to be able to modify the landscape, so I can't use a plane. Need to assign always forget how to do this. Create. Not it. Plus next to the material. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I need to... Thank you for that. I always forget those. It's like you make one landscape, and it's like, okay, I can forget everything I know about that now. See ya. Good to know I can make 2 landscapes, though. I really just need this to be rock. Let me do that. I've done it too many times. It's good to know. I actually did not know that you could have multiple. So that is pretty cool. Good to know. Oh shit. I'm gonna hail some dust. Create your own landscape materials. Well, look at you, fancy pants artist. I keep replying because I fuck up the material. Oopsies. I want this to go under. Might do it over here. Don't worry about the details of this later. I just want to get the rough. Feel for it. There be no worries. I'd like for there to be an overhang where the player can where the mine track goes, but the player can go under. What the hell? I feel like some weird tessellation happening on this. Can I not have that weird tessellation occurring? You see that? Like deforming as the player gets close. I don't know. I do like that you can have multiple landscapes, though. That's really nice. Kind of thought it was one per level. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. This would have made my other cave so much easier if I had known this. Okay, let's see here. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be too high. But I could move this up and in. More like that. Because I want the mine track to come down on the rocks. And for the player to be able to walk underneath this. Because then that'll be visible from the hole. Right, we need it to look pretty and sexy and hot. The problem is the player's gonna kind of hit their head here, I think. Because this to me is a good height. So we need to get the player from there down to here. But I don't think there's enough space. Also really weird tessellation going on. Can move it back maybe. Like angle it this way a bit less. Move it back. Give myself a bit more space to play with. Have a separate rock. Yes. If I angle this rock a bit more. Because we kind of have some flat space here, and if I can angle it a bit more, I can then move the stairs down. Okay. Do... So dumb. All this, and I could just fix this with a with an invisible volume to let the player step up on that. So needless. That's what people building in Sims 4 it is. It's... The thing is, like, I can get really into building. Like, I do that with, like, Planet Coaster. I used to do that with Little Big Planet. I'm doing it here. Well, I mean, this is my own game, so... I'm invested in my own game. I can fix the landscape, so I mainly just want it to be lined up here. How low can I go? Okay, here's something that people around my age might You know, we used to play like Limbo back in the day, right? Like the real Limbo. I mean, the video game Limbo is good too. But I mean like Limbo. Did we? I did. Did you guys play this? You can tell me. When drunk. Can't get me out of the house with a grenade. What did you guys play when you were kids then? Sometimes on party, yeah. You really see Starcraft. God damn it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but please be wrong. I need you to be wrong. See 3D. Duke Nukem. Back when Duke Nukem was good. Guess you could say the same about Wolfenstein, though. We used to have like roller rinks. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, what is your favorite arcade game? Let's put it this way. What is everybody's favorite arcade game in chat? You've never been to an arcade? Lazy Fangs, Jesus. Adventure Island. I know of a game called Adventure. I'm trying. Was this an arcade game though? Did it have an actual arcade? Windows Pinball. I thought you hated Windows Pinball. The Space Cadet Pinball. Prince of Persia 2 pin. I mean, I love any pinball machines. Just retro console. Pang and Pang 2. For me, it was Galaga. Gauntlet. I wish I had enough for a Gauntlet arcade machine. That was so good. You had 4 players. Dude. First Rage game? Jesus Christ. Man, this is old. What about, I mean, come on, everybody's played it, right? Metal Slug. Hell yeah. Waste all my money at the Metal Slug machines. Metal Slug was so good. Only played on PC. If I have the money and space one day, I'll get some arcade machines. Why did you not duplicate? There we go. With 150 euros in Raspberry and supply wood, yeah, I could do that. But there's something about having those old machines. But then again, I guess maintaining them would be the huge issue. You can always just do a Raspberry Pi with a CRT TV if you want to go old school. I suppose that is the more realistic option. Especially to keep maintenance low, right? It'd be kind of cool to have a Pi arcade machine with interchangeable tops for the machine, you know, for where you have the joysticks. And that way you could have different types of games and just switch out the top. That would be pretty cool. That would be a lot of work. I mean, does that look obviously squished? Kind of does, doesn't it? But I mean, fuck it. Whatever. Pancake this shit all day long. As long as the player has enough room. Yeah, they're fine. Cheese the Windows Pinball, once you figure out the cycle, it's just to grind impossible high scores. I still have 3D Space Cadet Pinball on my home computer. You can download it. I will always have it available. Let's see. Let's flatten that. Ooh, Rook, thank you for the follow. Welcome everybody who's new. Very relevant follow notification here.
Hello.
Hello. Just me, or are you muted? I am. It is just you. You fucking scared me. It is. Somebody tell Rook is just him. Oh my god, you scared me. I was like, oh my god. There's no way I've been muted this whole time. I mean, it wouldn't make sense because you guys just talked about the arcade machines with me, right? But don't you dare do that to me, you guys. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Don't you dare. You guys love trolling me, don't you? I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. Oh my god, I just had to check. You guys are the worst. You guys are the worst and the best at the same time. What is causing the tessellation here? Coolest old game? It doesn't do it on this landscape. Or does it? No, it doesn't do it to this. UE5, turn off landscape tessellation. Wait, what is this? god. What is that? What is happening to that? Must have had too many tabs, though. Close one and it works now. Oh my god. How many tabs do you have open? If it was muting me at some point, how many tabs? What kind of monster? Only had only had 8. That's weird. Hey, you're not like Asmongold, right? Or who has like 1,000,000 tabs open. My fiance does that too. She does that too. She doesn't close tabs. She better be listening right now too. Me and your fiance would get along. Well, you guys don't close tabs? What are you doing? There, I was actually looking for help and saw this that I just started on Unreal though, so it might be a noob. Yeah, no worries, you can ask noob questions. I'm still noob about so many things in Unreal. I have 42 open now. Should I ask for help? Yes. Please seek help. What the hell? Wait, why do you... What is it about my stream attracting the absolute worst tab monsters? Now Wookrook and I look like sane people. You're the weird ones. I don't think so. I think you guys are. What if you run into any issues with the landscape layer blend tool? Anytime I enter normal into my material with the layer blend, it creates a glowing ball of normal into my material with the layer blend. Into your landscape material. That's a good question. I can take a look at what the landscape material looks like for us that we're using. Somewhere. Wherever it exists. Oh, I think it was just master, that's right. Master. Sticking around. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I can at least show what the normal map plugin looks like for this, just to see if there's anything that they do that's special. Let's see. They do a flatten with -1. And it, I mean, of course, it all pulls from the landscape coordinates, right, for tiling. Multiplies that by the UVs of the normals. But it only does, they only do 2 flattens. They do a flatten on the dirt and then flatten on the stone. Landscape layer blend. And then I do that into the weather effects. So I don't really see anything like crazy or different. There's nothing weird on that. I don't know. Yeah, if you want me to show you like more just what is the lerp? So that, based on the alpha, will blend between the two. And it looks like they're lerping with the alpha of the world aligned blend. Yeah, exactly. Linear interpolation. You're using a world aligned blend node. And it is the with explicit normal output from that node that goes into the blurps here. But that's mainly for the auto landscape. The individual layers just have the normal map textures going right in. I did some 2D game stuff in high school, or I did some 2D game stuff in high school, and college came and I went to SAAS. What is SAAS? Don't learn from me as spaghetti. I do have some spaghetti. I mean, this is spaghetti I did make, and you know what, to be honest, unfortunately, landscape materials are gonna have spaghetti. There's no way around it. It sucks, but it is what it is. And primarily, I would say, because they don't allow, well, they do allow. They don't allow, like, local variables and stuff. It's kind of sad. Whatever. Software as a service. Interesting. Live service games. I think this height is too much. I think I need to bring the... I also don't know why it's doing the tessellation. Does it do that when you're in-game too? It's really annoying. It does do that. Notice that? Like right there? Oh, it's not visible if I lower the FOV. This looks awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah, we're just working on like a little cave area for our prototype map here. Little cave, little abandoned mine shaft you can go in. And then this is a room if you turn left. And then I want to have it, you know, I want to have it kind of visible through some rocks here. And hopefully that'll bring some, like a light shaft coming in. I'm hoping. We'll see. It is a bit further away than I wanted, but maybe it'll work. I mean, I can always move the hole. I can move the hole like here or something. It'll be kind of nice. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I need to get some rocks around the side up though. I have a hard time visualizing it. I'm not a very good person with visuals. Working on it for 63 days? Yeah. 63 like streams. We have them all on the YouTube. On the YouTube. Some of the streams were like shorter. Sadly, when the days that I started streaming this, I was really sick, so I kind of just streamed like some short ones. But then we started to get into more, you know, 5, 6 hour videos usually, sometimes 7 or 8. Depends on the day. Yeah, we've been streaming more days. Thank you for that. But I play games. I do some other stuff. We do like Kickstarter reviews, which are pretty fun. Pacific Drive, Talos Principle. Yeah, 6 days away from the most important day. I will have to do something special for 69 dev streams. We do. I could add like a whole bunch of like moan sound alerts and BDG? What blue dick girl? Wait. If you don't know, we have the mascot for the game called Blue Dick Boy. He's underneath the terrain somewhere. Where is he? Is that him? There he is. Who, he's got a blue arrow coming out of him. What do you do when you get to a point where you're lost on stream? Do you watch a video on stream, or are you good enough where you don't need anything? It depends on the problem that I'm in. So there are some problems where it's just, I'm stuck on like the math or like a formula or a system, and I just kind of have to think myself through that. But a lot of the times I'll have to just watch a video. Yeah. Especially with like landscape, materials, I don't know, anything that I haven't done before. Anything art related, like animations. Some things I can just kind of figure out, I guess, through seeing examples of it. But other times, no, I have to watch a video. I have to get some help. Or some people who are knowledgeable on stream help me. That happens quite often too. Yeah, I think it's okay to get stuck. I mean, if you're planning to get into game dev, like permanently, you're gonna face that every day, no matter what. Which is, I think, you know what, at least for me, that's one of the reasons I love game dev. There's always something new to learn, and even if you're doing something you've done before, but on a different game, there's probably something that you've missed or don't know how to do perfectly. I need to bring this landscape down a bit. Why does it tessellate like that, though? So weird. Can't I flatten it? Is there a way to flatten it to a minimum, or to a point where I don't affect the things lower than that? Make my first game ever in Unreal, kind of just diving into it, so watching others is helping. That's pretty awesome. What's your game? It's a flatten brush. Yeah, I'm using the flatten, but it will flatten everything. So even the things that are lower than that, it'll raise up. I just want to lower the things that are higher than that. And I don't know how to do that. I don't know if I can do that. Combined layers operation. Like there's flatten modes. Oh, I see both. Okay, so we just want to, flatten may only raise values. Flatten may only lower values. Yes, that's what I wanted, okay. That was it. I found it. Yeah, thank God. I mean, it seemed like such an obvious thing that, it should be there. So I'm glad that it was. I'm gonna undo that. I'm not gonna mess with the back, I just want to mess with this area mainly. I'm gonna raise it up just a little bit. Shit, too big. Yeah, see that? I want to stop that from happening when I get far away. Wait, when you're gonna play my first game, which one? It's all subject to change because I have no idea. Yeah, you don't have to like worry about that. We're not gonna mistreat your idea just because it's fresh in your mind, right? And you don't have it detailed. Want to make a 3D platform on Unreal gives you a pretty good template. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Especially for 3D. You're very right about that. It's gonna be kind of like a only up kind of game. It's happening because of nanite, is it? Okay, so I disabled it for this landscape, so I assume that I just forgot to disable it for this landscape. Should be in here somewhere. Doesn't have nanite enabled though, so I don't know why that's happening. The mechanics would be gravity flipping and story based. Ooh, cool. Wrote a script out up to the first level, and it's based on ideas I've had in the past. That sounds pretty awesome. He's like, you saved because of nanite, but nanite is not enabled on this landscape. And I don't have it happening on this one, and I don't know what I did to turn that off. Very weird. And I mean, maybe it doesn't happen during runtime, but I still would like to, you know, edit from a distance, and I can't really see it properly if it's like that. That's frustrating. It's not the water plane either, because it's a little hard to see. I'll make the you can see it near the edge of the rock, right in the center of the screen. Could be. I never noticed that occurring on this landscape. I guess it does, but it happens much further away. Whereas this one does it really when I'm really close up. Like it starts happening when I'm right next to it. It could be because of the grid size. It could be more noticeable if the grid size in the landscape is lower. Just hide under another rock. I bet it's related to the grid size. So I have much smaller grids on this. I have the minimum size, I think. You can see it warping. Like the LODs. That's a lot of That's annoying. I mean, if it doesn't happen during a build game, I'm okay with that, but it does make it really hard to modify when I have to get really close. Rook, thank you for the subscription, man.
1000年以上生きた魔法使いだ。
Wookrook just resubscribed for 1 month.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Maybe it isn't like the LOD. Gonna learn lots? I really hope so. I really hope so. I will teach you all the wrong things. Thousand-years-old wizard? Oh yeah. Teach me how to troubleshoot problems. Just move things up and down. I've never used Udemy personally. Have you tried to modify tessellation distance? I don't think it's the tessellation. So look at this. I'm messing with the LOD 0. And if I move that, it affects the... So I think it's just the LOD. I mean, I guess I could force it. But I don't know. Starting screen says use calculators. You can increase the value if you want less LOD 0 component and you use very large landscape component. Okay, so ideally we want that minimum then, right? .1 is the minimum. Yeah, that helps a lot. That helps a lot. That's much better. I mean, we're still going to get some jaggies in here, but that's just due to the resolution of the landscape. So that's fine. That's fine the way it is. I mean, when the player's about this far away, it'll start to... Where would the max be? The max would be about here. Yeah, and you can see it. That's better. It seems to be kind of exponential, I guess. That's better. There we go, problem solved. Managed to guess it was LOD. Okay, so I want the track to come down here and I think maybe push off to the right. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Pull it down a little bit. Oops, that is not the point. Point. A little bit of floating here. I think it's okay. It is what it is. Okay, let's pull this one down. Might have to do the same thing though. We'll see. It's not too bad. I don't mind if some of the beams kind of cut into the rock here. Granted, it does look a little silly, but... such is the way of things. Ooh, that's gonna be above the rocks. Don't look at it. Okay, don't pay attention to it. I can fix it, chat, okay? I can... Look at this, see this rock? I'm gonna make it smaller. I can't do that, it's gonna look way worse. Just don't look at it. Teach you. I can teach you in the art of... I don't know any arts. Looking? No, don't look. I can teach you in the art of game design and balancing. What was that weird term we watched today in the video that you sent me, Lazy Fangs? Juxtaposition gratification. I did not like that term. I still don't like that term. I think it's really dumb. I think it's overcomplicating basic design principles for the sake of it. I mean, I appreciate you sending me the videos, of course. That was the point of it, right? The raptor egg theory? No, it was from the previous, the one that you sent me on last week, Friday. What was it called? The secret to making any game satisfying. And he said he coined a term in his like lecture years or something, which I already have some weird thoughts about people who lecture game design at like universities. But the coined term was juxtaposition gratification, which to me doesn't make any sense. Here's Jelly, he coined stuff and you didn't. Maybe. They're really weird. The term itself doesn't make sense. You have weird thoughts, but I don't know. I've known a couple of game design lecturers, and they both weren't very good game designers, in my opinion. It seemed more like, at least, okay, I'm not saying all game design lecturers are bad, but the ones that I knew, these two, seemed to do it mainly for the ego boost, to say that they were lecturers. It definitely is not going to mean that they're all like that, but it was definitely the case here. I mean, it's a little scary to me that you have people who arguably aren't that great at design are lecturing design. I really wish I could rotate that. But I can't, so now I have to line up the rock. It's annoying. I don't know, I mean, it's not like, it's just, if you're gonna lecture about like game design theory, I would personally think that you should know game design theory well enough to not only practice it, but also to teach it. I think that I understand a lot of game design theory pretty well in practice, but I don't think I can teach it, right? I just don't think I'm a good teacher. But I'm also not trying to lecture people.
Good morning.
So,
Anto...
bounty hunters from these parts?
Anton,
Couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing.
welcome.
idiot.
I'm in class in 13 minutes. Have accent, sorry, I don't have good English. No worries about that. No worries about that. Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the stream. You have class soon? I'm jealous of all you guys. You guys are going to school and learning. And I'm not. Can you show me how you set up the spline? That's something I've been meaning to learn. I set up the spline by downloading an asset pack with the spline. But I can show you the blueprint on this one. You know, that's as good as I'm gonna make that one. That is such a good that is such a good one. I did do one thing with spline. But yeah, this one, it is such a good combo, by the way, that sound alerts. It's in the construction script. Look at their spaghetti mess here. I always have to fix it. Everybody always makes spaghetti messes. They can't align nodes. Just align your nodes, people. Look at this nonsense. Just seen meshes along spline using blueprints in Unreal. Sorry, I think this is a good video. Seen your nodes? My nodes are at least lined up. And you know, I try to avoid spaghetti where possible. Sometimes you can't avoid spaghetti, but I try to avoid it. But I mean, this is just... If they're gonna do a for loop from first index to last index and then run it uncompleted anyway, why did they subtract an integer from this? If they wanted to I don't know. This is weird. Oh, I guess because they use the index here, but whatever. That's still just kind of weird. There we go. See, just line up your nodes, people. Come on. Well, no, it was weird because they were putting the subtraction one, but then running it again at completion and using the index to handle some of the spline point getters. It's a very weird way of doing it. Like, if they wanted that to be the case, they would have to explain it with some sort of comment. No, I'm not weirded about by the -1. I'm weirded about by the -1, but they still run the loop body on completion. Like, this makes sense. This is fine. But then running it again on completion, grabbing the same index where it's not going to grab anything because it's completed, is very weird. That is not the standard way that I would do that. Like, if you're gonna, I don't know, that's just weird. BCG2, yeah. I don't feel confident to use it in shipping because I don't know how much it really it will cost. PCG shouldn't cost too much, but they're going to be doing some optimizations, I think, with 5.4 on that. I mean, like, we have some, we have some longer functions, but I try to do my best to minimize any spaghetti, right? Like, sometimes you can't avoid it with certain types of, like, selector nodes and math, but at least then I try to align nodes well so that you can clearly see what things are going on. Like, just avoid spaghetti where you can. That's all it is. That's my lesson for the day. Avoid spaghetti. Spaghetti's like my favorite food. Mule. I mean, I could always modify the landscape around this, so I'm not going to worry too much. It just looks bad taking corners. It just looks bad. I can hide it. I can hide that though. I can actually hide that just with the landscape itself. Probably what I'm gonna do. Oh, it's gonna look weird a sec. I can very carefully hide some of this. Pull it up a little bit more than usual. Sneaky, sneaky game dev here. Shit. I mean, honestly, it's not going to be running anyway, so I could just cover up some of this. It'll be slightly caved in or whatever. Why bother adding it? Because it looks nice. That's why. Exactly. Actually, I didn't even buy this asset. I got this one for free. This was like free 2 months ago or something. We know why it was free. I mean, it's not a bad spline mesh. It's not bad. I don't mind it. But nah, making it perfect ain't worth my time. Especially for prototype level. A prototype level that will be deleted and never used again.
Meow!
Twitch Dog, thank you for the follow. Are you the official Twitch Dog? Train track is part of this pack? Yeah. Good day. Good day to you as well. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Lots of follows today. Did you post some OnlyFans content? Yeah, it's exactly what happened. I posted a picture of my bleached butthole. Look at that. Look how smooth that. That's not gonna work. Is that... no, that is too low. Need... that, and then bring this down a bit. Been a lurker for some time, and only now I learned of the OnlyFans. Well, it's good to have you on board. And, yes. I will get the information about my OnlyFans out one day. Been wondering how you have such a high follower to viewer ratio. Do I? I don't know what the usual ratios are. I don't buy view bots. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yo, it came out? What is this? Ratio is usually below 0.1 for like exactly followers to viewers. Or viewers to followers? I don't know what it is. Who knows? Maybe people like me. Certainly isn't people from management from my previous company. That's for sure. 1K followers usually have like 10 viewers. I usually get around 10 plus viewers on most days that I develop. Harris and I maybe 10, 15 max, and I have like 3K followers, but most of those are back from art streams. It could just be the content that you built the viewer base on. That probably is it. Whenever I stream games, I usually have fewer people because I think most people are here for the game dev. Some reviewers on average around 30, but I fell off the earth a few years ago. I mean, that hurts too, right? You take any break. Oh, depression stuff. Been there, done that. Are you in a better headspace now? You seem to be. I hope so. God damn it, you guys. I was about to play it, of course, you guys were. Much better. Haven't burnt out in 2 years. That's great to hear. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, been there too, and I mean, it's part of the reason that I dropped out of high school. It was just, I just couldn't, I don't know. It was too much at the time. Used to burn out every 6 months. Jesus. Dropouts gotta stick together. You dropped out too? Yeah, it's like, I don't need that shit. I mean, I probably should have finished it, but it really was just too much for me to focus on at the time. I had a lot of problems going on. We pushed through it. Took a few years. Lost a lot of time that I should have spent getting better and moving myself forward with education, game dev. But eventually we did. Dropped out of 2 colleges, Jesus. I did it first. You just copied me. I dropped out of high school. Oops, wrong way. Kids, don't drop out of school. Don't do it. But if you do it in like the most badass way possible. Figured out your problem. What problem did you have? I mean, let's be honest, high school doesn't even teach you the life skills you actually need anyways, that's true. 3D modeling is in chat, what a name. Please tell me you have an alternate account called 2D modeling. Thank you for the follow as well. Pull up, how old are you? I am 29. I think I started to look older once I hit the bottle. Lazy Fangs, you and your re-triggering that.
Hello.
It's a preview weight on the arrays in the layer blend. It was at 0. That would do it. That would do it. You and I both struggle with the landscape layers. We're basically the same age. Oh shit. I made such a mistake after dropping out. I really just lost 3 years that I could have been spending learning. And I just played games. And to be honest, I don't necessarily regret it. I learned a lot about games that way. A lot about game design. So. I know my buddies of mine call me 2D when they want to annoy me. You shouldn't have told me that. If I could have told former school self anything, it would have been knuckle down and master Geotrig like a badass. It's the areas I had personal issues with at the time, and also the only part that I feel would have been valuable to me since. That's a good point. Also, time was wasted during college playing Dota. I'm glad to see we have some fellow time wasters in chat. Okay, I think this looks pretty nice. Like, I'll fill it up with some stuff, but I think this is a good bit of navigational area. It's not gonna be too big. But now we can start to throw in some rocks. wish I had naturally larger and more detailed rock meshes, but you know what? It's fine. Almost no time wasted after dropping out besides the 6 months of burnout. Dude. I wasted a lot of time. I do regret that to some extent. Just that I could have been, I felt like, you know, because I was depressed, right? And I always wanted to get into game dev. But I felt like after I dropped out of high school, there was just no way I could do it. Because how was I going to learn? Like, who was going to take me if I had no education? It was very much, you know, fearing of failure. And you get caught in that feedback loop, right? Where you don't want to try because you feel like you'll never succeed. How'd you get into the industry then? I started to push myself a bit more. I tried modding for Darkest Dungeon. And it really started to click with me there. I mean, I will say, like, before that I tried 3D modeling, I tried making small games. I couldn't really get very far. You know, texturing. I tried just about everything that I could just to see if something felt right. And it was really with modding that things started to pick up and I found some traction. Made quite a nice fan base from that, and eventually they reached out and offered me a job to work on Darkest Dungeon. And so I was able to learn a lot by working under them, by working on Darkest Dungeon itself, while working on my mod at the same time, which led me to work about 16-hour days, and then I burnt out and learned a lot from that. Don't overwork. I don't think it's worth it. I dropped out of college because I wasn't going to wait an extra year to retake the final group project class that screwed me over to begin with. I was the only one that did any work on the group project. We were supposed to have a playable game demo done by the end of summer, of course. Since I was the only one trying to work on it, we didn't have a playable demo done in time. And the final project class was only available during the summer semester. I feel bad for you for doing that. It's like, I don't know, some people just don't, I get it, right? Like, we were all that age, right? We were all younger, we just, I don't know, didn't apply ourselves. But still, it's kind of like you got fucked over because of your classmates who didn't want to apply themselves. I also didn't have the money to like go to college, so I don't know, I felt like there was no way I could do college, especially after dropping out of high school. But I'm glad I found an alternate way into the industry like that. First time I did 3 years in music school. Jesus. Learned a lot of stuff then. Performance art school, and I was shit at it. The other kids were rock stars. It's all good. I was starting to get about it for a few years, but now I just look back at a valuable learning experience. Yeah, education didn't go to waste. Excel music theory. I mean, even now I try to start, and this is not an attack on anyone, but at a certain point, when you know, in adulthood, we all know it, right? Because we're all adults. So I'm not trying to preach here or anything, but we, you know, we just have so many responsibilities. It's hard to pursue the things that don't directly make us money, or especially nowadays, right? We all adults. I don't act like one. So, you know, I try to start up like new projects with individuals and with friends, but you know, it's like if you have a full-time job, how much of your free time do you really want to spend doing more of your job? At that point, I had been drawing for a few years and I wanted to pursue art properly. That's kind of one of the reasons why I just said, okay, you know what? No job, no money being made this year. It is what it is. I will just work really hard at building up this company and see if it works. I will be fixing up this ceiling, by the way. I just wanted to have like a, I don't know. Something to be there. I watch adult. That's your boomer thing to say. When you're at art school, shit was going too slow and they kept making me repeat subjects. Had nothing to do with drawing. I mean, that happens a lot. There's a lot of bullshit that occurs. I don't remember if you mentioned where you live or where you're from, but at least in the US, there's a lot of what am I thinking? What am I wanting to say? There's a lot of degrees that have classes in them that have nothing to do with the subject that you're wanting to take. It's so irrelevant at some point. Everywhere additional subjects to plug the time budget, yeah. A literature and a robotics and automation course. Or it's like one year of like psychology. I really think it is just to pad budget. I remember the syllabus wasn't, I dropped out and just self-taught myself. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for just, especially if you're going like in game dev, that's what I just tell people. Like, nothing against formal education if you're in it or if you want to do it, because there are a lot of positives. Primarily with like networking and being around people your own age and skill level and kind of being forced to work on something, because you'll often see, like I said, you'll often see people with full-time jobs and such. They just don't have the time to dedicate to you know, to making something, and that's understandable. It's like you're focused on living, on providing. You may not have the time that you would wish you had, so I get it. And that's one of the nice things about formal education, is that you're kind of forced into that, right? You have somebody else managing your schedule. And so you just kind of have to think and just do. Or if you're the one that likes managing schedules, you can become a producer. Producer or produce him, depends on the luck. Green, you tell me how much I can push myself before I die. I've heard a lot of people say something similar. Ooh, I kind of like this actually being in the back here. Little secret passage. Boom, straight to the moon. Clip of a buggy head.
I've created every single genre. Oh, what the fuck? No, 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 no.
Oh my god.
No. I've created every single genre. Oh, what the fuck? No, 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 no.
What the hell happened there? Was it like some clipping collisions? Nice butts on the art. I was focused on the bug. You want me to look at butts all the time? This one's gonna be fun. Kind of focus on sheer fucking will. I am playing with my rocks, this is true. It's kind of how I've done most things in life. I just push through, especially with all the people who tell me that I can't do something. I could bring the terrain up to here. We'll see. I'll see if I need to do something with that hole. Let's make this a bit more three-dimensional. Not like a Minecraft house. How much space do I have over here? I got a bit. People keep telling me I'm gonna be all kinds of successful when I'm still in the basement at 30. Just want something to finally work. I mean, that's the scary part too, is the number of unfortunate stories of just like great indie games, solo developer, all the people that should be getting the right support. And, you know, like, just Steam algorithm fucks them over, or, you know, just any number of things. Be successful in the basement. What's up, Bartosz? How you doing, man? Yeah, I think just, you know, don't give up. I mean, it sounds cheesy, but like, that's also exactly what it is. Hey Scooter, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm on a motorbike ride in the morning with 3D. Oh my god, why would you do that? It is cool. It is cool. Yeah, it's gonna warm up later in the week though. Where's my rock? There you are. As reference, every year the adults will give kids New Year's money, and I give like $5 to my niece and nephews, but I'm the only one who still receives money from parents and uncles' aunts. How's the progress? It's going good. I wish I lived closer to family. I'm trying to make that happen. But that's, you know, that involves moving back to the US, and that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Doing good, finding motivation to try learning game dev. Well, that's really awesome. Hopefully we can provide some motivation. If you need any help or tips, just let me know. And either me or somebody in chat can help you out. Game dev is fun, Kappa, yeah. My goal last year was to not get any more money this year, but that looks like it's not going to happen. Just to not get any more money. My goal this year is to not look at my bank account and just do what I need to do. Because the amount of money that I'll spend trying to do what I need to do is, it can be made again. It's a loss, it's not great, but it is what it is. Oh, I got Unreal and Blender installed, just learn how to use them. That is exciting, and it's gonna take some time, so just keep pushing through it. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Following tutorials does not make you bad. And you can do it. All I know is how to install Blender. I'm in a similar situation during Christmas. I still try to make gifts to my nephew, but with money that my parents gave to me. Nice. The thing that makes me feel guilty is using assets from other people. I wouldn't feel guilty about that. Especially if it's your first game. And additionally, I would say something along the lines of, no, just don't worry about it. Everybody does it. Every indie dev does it. Even non-indie devs do it. There's no reason, unless you're AAA and you're spending $1 million $100 million in your game that you should feel bad about it. Because the difference is they don't have the excuse. You do. You have every excuse. But you can still, you can still push yourself to learn how to use it just so that you're not using assets. I think that's okay. The person where if I want something, I don't want someone else to go through the trouble of making it. Don't let that hold you back. At least just start with, you learn different parts of it at different times. I think if you jump into your first project trying to learn everything just from that first project, it could be really easy to burn you out or to make you struggle at some point. I just want to launch the game last year. Looks like I'm not going to complete it until next year. Oh, this year? Have a habit of trying to learn everything at once and not knowing where to start. Start with... What is your... Do you know what your specialization is? Or where you're like trying to... And thank you for the follow, man.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Do you know where your... Thanks for nothing, idiot. Do you know where your like specialization lies or where your interests lie? What do you feel confident doing and you don't feel confident with? And it's okay to say that you're like not confident with anything. That is an okay place to start as well. I know I completed this year. It's the same with like Cauldron Chronicles. I would say that like end of next year would be if we got funded this summer would be a good goal for end of Vertical Slice. But the more time I spend making sure the Vertical Slice is good, the quicker alpha and beta will go. So I don't want to push it too much. I used to just play FPS games and always wanted to make my own. That's pretty cool. Well, the good thing is that Unreal has a starter FPS template, right? And even we're using it in Cauldron Chronicles here. So, you'll have all your movement components, you'll have a very basic gun that you can pick up, and it kind of just gets you started. And from there, you learning how to use blueprints well and, making like basic systems would be great. So one of the things I always recommend if somebody's starting in the first person blueprint template, that's the word I was looking for, to make something where if you run over coins, the coins disappear and you earn a point, right? My brain works if I'm hyper-fixated, I don't know if that's the right word. Something enough I'll learn and really get into it. Start with the basics. Start with making something that isn't necessarily related to your game too much or isn't meant just for your game, but can give you the pointers and tips to make it correctly. And then you can implement the thing properly and you'll have that previous knowledge to build it in the right way. Because if you're just starting out, you're going to have to refactor a lot. And that's okay. But it's better to know that you're probably going to have to rewrite the things you make 2, 3, 4 times or more. Oh, this is a problem though if we want... Well, I will replace this ceiling. I just need something in place at the moment. I'm scrapping my current project. I'm gonna try something else. Took too long to figure out the fun. That's unfortunate, but it does happen, right? I do have this hole here. Bad code is better than no code. Prototype and learn. I will tell you, before Cauldron Chronicles here, there were at least 10 other projects that I didn't succeed at making. You know, it's all a pathway. I might move that tree. Something weird happened to my landscape layer. I changed a couple of things and now it's kind of weird. Whatever. Honestly, the two games that got me wanting to learn game dev was Escape from Tarkov and BattleBit Remastered. I will say that, you know, making an FPS game will be a challenge. But if you focus just on gameplay first, on the feeling of shooting, you'll have a pretty good chance at making something that feels fun. Because that is the most important part of any shooter game. How does the gunplay feel, right? There's gonna be like right here. Yeah, finding that good realism, you know, having those references of exactly what elements of the shooting game you want to have in your game and where you want to diverge, if you want to diverge, because you don't have to if it's your first game. You can just directly copy. There's a lot you can learn by recreating systems in other games. I do that a lot, where I will be kind of frustrated by a game's systems, so I will remake it in Unreal and then change it in the way that I want. And I learn a lot about the struggles of working on that system or how to make it. So it really helps. Having a schedule does help. There's a lot to be said about having a good schedule. Hey Travis, how you doing? Ugh, I don't like that. That's a bit too much, I think. Is there any other angle that this works well with? Don't think that is gonna work. I wouldn't recommend, I mean, some people can do it. Some people can do like the Elon Musk endless work thing, but I'll say this for most people. Doing the grind, at most you'll last a couple years and then you'll just end up hating what you do. So, I mean, if you can handle it, that's cool. But that is a rarity. I guess it's a hard topic. You have to be sure what kind of game you want to do. Yeah, you do. Customization of Tarkov, and wanted to make something similar better. I mean, I guess I could smudge it a bit. It needs to be large enough for the player to see into it, but not get it. I mean, I could always just put a blocking volume there, so... What do I really care if the player can? Oh, player can't, okay. I mean, I can always put a blocking volume there to be safe. Yeah, definitely just focus on like the core first. Once you have a, you know, I tell this a lot to like my colleagues, but you know, if you're trying to make something, focus on the core, ignore all the rest. Once you have the core, you can build a lot of games from that. Because maybe you start building with a, you know, a really nice shooting mechanic, and you realize, well, maybe this feels good, but maybe I want it to be some other kind of game. You can take that shooting mechanic and move it to so many different types of games. How'd you make it, the hole in the landscape? I set up a opacity mask in the master material, and then I can paint in a visibility on the landscape. The scoped visibility. And that also affects collision too. If I was starting from scratch, I would probably start by rolling through a ton of tutorials. Yes, yeah, for some people, tutorials are really great. Do you know shovel add-on? No, I don't know shovel add-on. Do. Embrace from things for the game. It's just learning blueprints, the advanced Unreal is my kind of blockage. If you like doing tutorials, or if you don't mind them, you can definitely watch. There's so many good tutorials on blueprints. Can you check a potion through there? You will be able to, yeah. I'm crazy when I start to read through the coding manual on every page. I don't like that. I don't like that one there. Okay, let me get rid of the grass here. Ideally. Just learn how to move, jump, and shoot, and then figure out in what direction you want to go. Yeah, start small. Start really small. Who the fuck reads? Yeah, I mean, I also don't do a lot of reading or watching stuff until I get stuck. Then if I get stuck, it's like, okay, oops. Guess we gotta learn more. By the way, thank you guys for all the follows and love today that you're giving in chat. Keeping the vibes. You make game dev a lot easier for me. A lot less lonely. And it's nice being able to share this. It helps a lot with like ego and fear. You know, just to be able to share ugly early footage. Ugly prototype footage. Eco Raptor. True tutorial skip and then how exactly, yeah. It's the Asmongold way of playing games. And we love him for it. I needed to poke in through here somehow. Always let someone do it, then just watch them and react and call them a dumbass. I mean, he plays a lot of games. He's been playing a lot more games than he used to. And I think it's good. I think once he moved away from being on his Asmongold channel, which is just full of a bunch of WoW spurgs, he can start to play some games, but he definitely has a preferred genre. Let's put it that way. I don't want any light to seep in. That's my worry, is that because this landscape material is not two-sided, any holes here, light can seep in. And I want to make sure that only light can seep in through a couple of areas that I want it to. Are there other places to get assets for games other than the Unreal Store, specifically for someone like me who's broke at the moment? Okay, so two good things if you're new to Unreal. Number one, Unreal offers free assets every month. So 100% download these. Like this month it has some characters, a farming system, a full renovation simulator kind of thing, some stuff for DLC, handling and blueprints, and a modular medieval town. These are 100% free to keep and use without attribution in any Unreal game. And secondly would be Humble Bundle. Has a lot of great, usually always one free, or I'm sorry, not free, but some game dev assets. So here's one right now. It has 6 days left with a whole bunch of Polygon themed stuff for different focuses. itch.io too. Yeah, itch.io is a great one. There's also some stuff here like Game Dev Toolbox, Master, Unity, Unreal Engine, Blender, and more. So if you really like watching stuff, you can get a bundle on some courses. There's also a Unreal Environment Mega Bundle. So it has a medieval village, stylized stuff, buildings, factories, some sounds and music, weapons. And you can get these really cheap. Sketchtrap has some free stuff and a handful of other sites. Sketchtrap is a good one, yeah. my prototypes, I get stuff from Sketchfab and Turbo Squid. Only problem with the last few game dev bundles and Humble Bundle tutorial-wise are outdated tutorials. Yeah, I would be a little careful with some other tutorials on there. I don't like this rock. Get you down a bit. Okay. Just delete that. I will have to get going soon, chat. I apologize. I'd love to stay here with you more, but I have to take 2 computer parts back to the store and exchange them, and I want to make sure I do that before it gets too late. So, yeah. But I want to get that new streaming computer built. I was hoping to do it in time for Dragon's Dogma 2, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Don't think so. It's bring up the hole. It's not what I want. Yeah, we'll see. I can do it for a few more minutes. Don't worry, I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on every day this week, including probably the the weekends, playing Dragon's Dogma 2. And I'll probably be able to stream those from home, so we'll have some nice good stream quality on that. And max out the game graphics wise. Also, I would recommend, if you're new to game dev, and I would say that you can do this at any skill level, look into doing a game jam. And especially with Unreal, the license that Unreal gives on its store assets are that if you're working on a project with anyone else, they can share those assets with you for that project. So, like, you wouldn't have to worry about getting the right license, or that you can't, you know, piggyback on someone else's free assets for that jam. And plus, of course, it's a game jam, so you'll learn an awful lot about game dev that way. That would be my sneaky little recommendation. Unity makes you put them as part of your org. Game jams can be quite stressful. This is true. I wanted to join the Pirate Software Game Jam in June, July. Unfortunately, I would love to do something like that as well, but I will probably be moving apartments in that month, so I'll have to skip it this year. Yeah, game jams do help you with scope, especially if you're working with people that are experienced in game dev, because there are such big differences between working in indie dev and working in proper game dev. So if you can find people who have worked in, I mean, not, you know what I mean, like proper game dev, like where there's a, you know, budget, team, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to shit on indie devs as one. Kind of poke into the, and it does poke in, doesn't it? I don't like that there. I'm gonna be honest. I liked keeping this kind of open, and I think that both of these rocks kind of mess it up a little bit. It's right in the way of everything. I mean, ideally I want it like right there. That could work, so then I'll just fill up this hole then, somehow. Let's hold up. Oh, hole there, I'll just use the same rock. I'm more technical artists. Everybody and their mom is a programmer and uses C#. Yeah, there are a lot of programmers, that's for sure. A lot of programmers. I don't often see a lot of game designers on Twitch. I don't know if you guys have noticed that either. I just feel the same way. Never found an artist that could stick through with the project though. Same. So I read it in the art subs that there are a lot of artists looking for programmers, just an issue of finding each other. I don't know, I mean, I need to know the right place to look, because I also have the same issue as Lazy Fangs, where, you know, and I understand it, right? Like I said before, most people that I found who have full-time jobs that aren't I'll just put it this way. Most people who have full-time jobs that I've seen who want to make a game never end up making a game because they are focused on their job, which is fine. That is okay. But I'm trying to look for like people who are doing this in a more like serious, like long-term manner. I'm okay with helping new indie devs or hobbyist devs. But if I'm looking for somebody to like join one of my projects, I need somebody who has time to spend on it. That just sounds bad. I don't mean it in a bad way. It sounds bad. On amateur special gamers are like 1 in 1,000. It's true. Remember that artists don't want to make a game for free yet. I mean, I have some hot takes about that. It's really hard. It is hard to find artists who want to help work on a game from the ground level. And I think it's because it is possible for them to find commission work or find other work that's paid. And so why would they why would they work on a project? Real game artist lame to stream would be making adjusting UVs, is true. I div as soon as I get off work until I go to bed every day. Hard to find a partner with that dedication. Yeah, it is. My opinion, because I see most artists don't actually want to make a game. They just want to draw their furries. I think in certain spaces that is true. And like I said, make money, do it. Everybody just get out there and grind, and earn your keep, right? It's cool. But it is really hard to find the game artists who want to work on a game. And I think oftentimes they just start making their own game. Which is also cool. I don't know. I realize everything I'm saying now just sounds really, really bad. Or it sounds bad at least. There don't seem to be very easy. This is what I mean. There don't seem to be easy ways to connect experienced individuals with each other. It seems hard to find those spaces who want to work on a game together. Just to raise the funds to hire artists. I mean, maybe if you build your company a certain way, it can be. Other times, I'm not so sure. It's hard to get funded in some cases. So I see a lot of amateurs, and the many artists you see just want to draw anime, just like the many game devs you see there just making pixel art platformers. Most people are the same people. I mean, you can make whatever type of game you want. I think pixel art platformers are great. They're certainly easy to learn. But a lot of the time they're just like hobbyists, or they're learning how to do game dev, right? I think the ones who are really who are bad for me are the ones who go on Kickstarter and ask for shit tons of money, or their MMO. This is the first game that they've ever made, and they want to make an MMO with complete world destruction and a million languages, and you can do anything and everything. Those are the ones who need to just take a step back and rethink their approach. Serious game devs who know what they're doing are so busy I can barely get in a call with them, and the serious artists are all hired. Well, I think people are just trying to make money and get experience. And that's understandable. Man, I barely flipped any assets over. I'd be doing that more. Which despite mobile gaming and even consoles to a degree, can't really shit on people making something creative. I'm not really trying to shit on them, I'm just kind of explaining why they always drop like flies, because you have no idea how many artists and programmers I've gone through. A lot. I've heard software in many popular games just primarily focused on pixel art games, though I love pixel art. Yeah, I mean, there's a huge pixel art audience. And there's also just a lot of assets to help you get started. A lot of them. They run very well, so even if you you don't optimize everything super great, you know that you're not going to be bottlenecked at your art. Like, we have an art bottleneck. I just think that because game dev is such a... It's very competitive, and it requires a lot of time and patience, good coordination, organization, communication, that it filters, and it's fun, right? I think it just filters a lot of people. I don't know if it's necessarily job specific, but for sure it filters people. People who think that they want to do it and that they'll be able to do it and have the time to do it, but don't necessarily have that. And it's sad, but, you know, kind of is the way it is. People who kind of wish they had more time than they do. And I mean, I've been there too. It happens. Can be turned into one mesh? It doesn't have to be. Especially if it's nanite. And I with this many rocks in the scene, I'll probably just convert these to nanite, and it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I mean, at a certain point with skill level, you do just get so high that you don't have to do anything on the side anymore. Happens. I mean, I don't really like working with other artists, programmers due to my experience in college, which has hurt the progress. Yeah, I can understand that. Hurt the progress in your game. I know that at least I won't screw myself over. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, nanite is a godsend. Nanite is great. I think these might be nanite enabled, but if they aren't, I'll just enable them. No, they're not. They're not, but they could be. And that should help if there are too many meshes in the scene. I could convert these to static mesh, though. I think there's a way to do it. I kind of forget, though. There's some way to do them. I don't remember how. But do you remember a couple weeks ago I showed you my game and there's procedural generation, etc. I haven't updated the game. Would you like to see? Yes. Yes, Bitebard. You will have to remind me a little bit. I apologize. My memory is... I have... let's just assume I have Alzheimer's before it even gets diagnosed. That would be safe. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember everything. I remember it all now. Holy! Bro, you got this far and this long? I like that you can see the health bars above the effects, because I was gonna say that like the effects are It'd be really... You can't see the enemies after a certain point. But this is looking really nice. This is looking really cool. Don't burn yourself out. You're making some great progress. I like it. It's very, very simple. Very understandable. And I mean, you know, simple, of course, in this case, I mean as a very big positive. Only thing, sometimes the damage numbers, I think, are rotated a bit too much. I think they're like either randomly rotated or something. I think it's a little bit too much. That's just my personal feeling, though. But, yeah, this looks great. This is awesome. You need to give me a demo build to try out. This is so awesome. Between 90 also, like, yeah, no worries. I mean, if that's my only criticism, I love the paper planes. This is awesome. You gotta post this on Twitter, man. Post this on, like, our indie dev. This is very good on the eyes. This... I mean, I just said Twitter. It's on Twitter. Like, I'm an idiot. I'm all into it. You have to forgive me. After I stream for like 6 hours, my brain just rots. Brain is just gone. See ya. See ya, brain. Okay, I think I will have to call it at the half of the cave. We will finish up the other half tomorrow, and we will try to clutter and put some lighting in here, because it's going to look kind of poo-poo right now. Especially because we're still getting ambient light through the through the one-sided landscape material. Let's go jump around in it. Not gonna lie, if I saw this on Twitter, I instantly assume it's an ad. I wouldn't think so. Clock is 1 minute ahead? Mine? Is it? Yeah, I think Twitter does. The only problem with Twitter is that when you use like the game dev hashtags, you're just advertising your game to other game devs. Which is nice, and but I don't think it's super great for building a community. I think it's good for engaging an already existing community. My system clock is 1 minute ahead. Really? True? I mean, Reddit used to be really great. I feel like Reddit is kind of trash nowadays. Just sad because I think it has a lot of potential. Ooh, look at that. I like that. It's a nice little glimpse, especially if we put some lights and emissive stuff down there. Okay, entrance is pretty cool. I like it. I don't mind it. I'm into it. This feels nice. Good stuff here. Very bright cave. Yes, it is. Mainly because it's pulling in a lot of ambient light from the open holes we have. The corner, yeah, exactly. Oh no! What happened here, guys? Even though there's no hole here. Oh no. There's no way that this could be covering up a really, really ugly corner for this spline. Who would do that? This looks nice. It runs down, and then you have the stairs next to it. This is starting to look good. Is Elon still have Twitter to where if you don't pay or whatever, no one sees your stuff unless they're already following you? I don't think so, no. I see a lot of stuff from people who aren't paying for Twitter Blue. There's two modes. There's like for you and then there's following. Okay, we can walk back here. That's nice. That's cool. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do Twitter Blue at some point for my account too. This is nice, you can see up there. This should bring in some nice light shafts, but I can try to help that out a little bit. There's a hole there. Oops, gonna have to fix that. And of course we have to finish this up and make it look better. Shafts, exactly. And then we have to do the other side too. So I don't know what we're gonna do on this side, but we'll figure it out. And then we'll do something else on the other side. Probably a bit smaller, because this is just a little bit too much. And when you have to for official counts. When they first announced the whole payment thing a while ago, I abandoned ship. Really wasn't used to it that much to begin with. I think there's absolutely some issues with Twitter, but I'll tell you what, community notes are probably one of the best sources of comedy and entertainment on Twitter now. Every time something stupid is posted, especially from like politicians or celebrities or people who think they know what they're talking about, a community note gets added that proves them wrong, and it's really funny. I love it so much. I think as long as you're not putting any stupid hot takes on Twitter, people won't get mad at you for paying for Twitter Blue. And people just make fun of the people who post some shitty hot takes. Okay, I think this looks good. Like I said, I'm gonna have to get going here, but I will be posting this to YouTube as usual right after I stop, and we will continue tomorrow at normal time, 9:30, roughly 9 to 9:30 a.m. Central European time, and I hope to see all you guys here. Nomenclature is very dependent on the studio you work at. Yeah, I agree with you. I think environment tech artists were the ones that work on engine and shaders. That's at least what I think to me. Bitebark, thank you so much, and I'm glad that you caught up in the last bit here. I apologize, I'm leaving as you joined, but your game looks awesome, and I really want to play any demo you have. I really love tower defense games. Yeah, I gotta get going. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time as usual. We have a Twitter if you want to get updated when we go live. We have a Discord if you're a game dev and you want to share some stuff. Or just talk, and also you get updates there if we post a video to YouTube or we go live on Twitch. We have, what else? We have a YouTube, I'm just ignore me, I'm just repeating things. We have a YouTube where we have all of the days of our game dev recorded and put up on there. And other than that, I will see you guys later, and later this week, probably Saturday, Sunday, we'll be playing Dragon's Dogma 2. So if you guys have a free weekend, it'd be great to have you there for that. And then last day of the month, last work day of the month, we have Kickstarter reviews, where if you haven't been here, we go on Kickstarter, we look at all the currently live projects for video games, and we give them reviews. We talk a bit about what makes a good Kickstarter, what makes a bad Kickstarter. We expose scams and chat GPT games, and we get drunk while doing it, and it's a lot of fun. So I hope to see you guys there too. Either way, take care guys, have a warm, safe evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Ciao guys, see you, thank you for being at the stream. Bye bye guys. You have a good night too, Twitch Dog, and thank you guys so much for all the follows today. Thank you so much. Scooter, 3D Modeling, Twitch Dog, Anton, Wookrook, Loop614, and Rookrook, thank you for the sub today as well. I love you guys so much. See you, bye-bye. Let's get some hearts in chat if I can click on the right thing. There we go, see you guys.